Well, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I know it's early afternoon over in the, hang on a second. Let's go ahead and hold that up. Yeah, I do know it is lunchtime in Germany. Uh, and we are getting ready to embark across the pond. That's why the early call today. I don't know what my boss was thinking, saying I need to cross the pond. It's too early in the morning here, but no, just kidding. And sorry for the slurp. Hot coffee. Lots of it today. All right, we're leaving Frankfurt. We've been in this area for quite a while with the Clippers. Let's just kind of pan up and a little higher. Let's come over here. And you can kind of see it's already busy here in Frankfurt. Frankfurt's one of those you can pretty well count most of the day. It doesn't matter your time zone. You're going to find some traffic here. Not every hour, but it's a pretty busy place, and usually a ground or tower controller along the way with it. Today we do have ground. We are flying Clipper 73, Pan Am 73. For those that don't know the Clipper, friendly player, welcome aboard Pan Am. Yes, sir. Matter of fact, thanks for the reminder. We'll just put that up at the top. You know, the big airports, so they always do get called that. So just so you all know, they do usually cause a lot of headaches, but they are a necessity. So they're usually where everything spokes in, spokes out. Believe it or not, we still use that type of flying out there. All right, so, but again, we are sitting on the line. Hang on a second. I'll even give you what spot. Give me a second here. Seat, is that 8 or 10? 8. So, and I know a long time ago when I used to, Matt Air, welcome in. Thank you, sir, so much. I know a long time before I started streaming, when I did a lot across the ponds, both Pacific and Atlantic, even as they call it today, cross the land from Hong Kong up to here, or Tokyo into Frankfurt and Amsterdam and all of that. These were, they spoke in, spoke out. And by that I mean, everything comes in at a certain point, everything goes out. Now, Frankfurt, London, Paris, and Amsterdam, they may vary a little where everything just keeps dumping in and at the same time, vamoosing. So, but like over here in the States, I could tell you when TWA was around, St. Louis, the majority of the flights would come in at a certain time, ballpark it about an hour later, out they go. Yes, some left because they had longer ranges, longer fueling times. So anyway, Frankfurt is still, and many of the hubs are still in this mode, which is great. I mean, that's how you get to most of your planes without much of a delay. Where you don't have to sit in an airport for 12 hours waiting on the one you want to get where you want to go, unless that's how the itinerary came up. So, anyway, 747-200, November 727, Papa Alpha. We plan a nat track. We have it plugged in. We're going to do a little different today. I'm going to try this out. Hopefully it doesn't bite me in the and we'll see how it goes. But I think we can get things loaded a little quicker than we're used to. But we're going to give it a try. You all get and if you're familiar with the Queen of the Skies and want to fire some tips out with what I'm about to try, well, we got a few more checks to do, but then we'll get to loading the flight plan. Fire away, please. I am still very green at using the LTN system. Um, Usually I would fly this with the FMS because it's just so doggone simple. Uh, but the LTN would be more true to form. Yes, I know SIVA would even be more, but you know, the 200 flew right at that cusp when we were going from SIVAs, and the um, FMS McDoos were beginning to come online. So this nice little bridge came in called the LTN that utilizes, hang on a second. Sorry for that delay, folks. The wife had just gotten up and was headed out on her morning walk. So anyway, so that's where the LTN came in. It kind of bridged from the very, um, very pilot demanding device called the SIVA. You could only put 9 fixes in at a time. Then this thing called the LTN came out and allows 98 fixes. And it's odd because you got 3 units and yeah, just an odd, you know, the old SIVAs. And then the lovely McDoos that we enjoy today, and FMS, where you can put in as many as you need, and you can put in the airways and as such. I think you can even, I won't say it, but I think you can even like put in your North Atlantic track and Pacific tracks, but don't quote me on that. As is. So if you would have said NatTrack Echo and you were flying it live right now, you would be able to see the fixes pop up for it. There's not many, but when you go on the Pacific side, there is a lot. All that to say, we're about ready to go. So let's enjoy the beauty of the billboard version of Pan Am. Get more advertising, I guess, at the airport. Saying the Queen of the Sky has arrived. Well, is about to depart. Clipper Belle of the Sky. All right, here she is. Now, you're going to notice, why are the gyros all out of whack? That's because we haven't even begun to align yet. I'm finishing up, but I'm going to go ahead and start. I've actually, let me finish what I was doing over here. It won't take long. Let's see, I was at the hydraulics. Bear with me a second. I got to, even though I know it's going to change probably between now and taxi, I still like to get numbers ready. I think we said 34 for the flight today, so we'll set 35. And 1004. Okay. Then up on this altimeter for now, let's set 2965. Also up front. It will come back. All right. 1004. There we are. All right. Oh, my apologies for that. I did not mean to cough in your ears. All right, everything's looking good. All right, let me get back over here. Okay, so we have pressurization all set up, and we'll just do a quick double check. I don't know why Felis all of a sudden started loading when you load the plane up with a lot of fuel in the center. We're going to be nowhere near that. And that's why we'll explain it more. We'll instant load the fuel, but we'll allow the people in the cargo to come on real life. Okay, do a quick light check here. And we'll get into the fuel management of this beast once we're underway, because I got a feeling we may or may not run on center tank fuel. I don't know. Okay, everything looks good. Do a test. Okay, everything else looks good. Engine gauges look good. Last check. All looks good. Now, one key point here. If you, as we're going to do, start the alignment process on external power, you can fire the EPU up and start chilling out the cabin, but you don't want to, while you're in the alignment process, obviously we're not going to move the plane. Don't move the plane. That's the big one. Two, don't switch power sources. Stay on what you are, either external or in on the APU. Could cause a alignment issue down the road. Now, I don't know how accurate the modeling is. I'm going to assume, and I know what that word means, it's pretty intense here. I mean, this aircraft, Felis has spared nothing, so it would not surprise me if you do any of those two things, something bad's going to happen. So I'm going to just keep the APU off for now. We're just going to go click, click. Now, what I've done, as soon as you move them to standby, that begins bringing those gyros back to what you're used to seeing. Align puts it into alignment. Hang on. And here's what they look like. Okay, big things here you want to check out are your dates. I'm not going to be too overly concerned right now getting things lined up because it should go pretty quick. But what we do have to do is get in here and get our fix in. So hang on, I am going to actually use the gate. That takes a second to find the right one. Dun, 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 dun. Where are you? Parking stands, parking stands. Come on. Where are you? Ah, here they are. All the way at the bottom. Go figure. We're in Charlie 8. So I'm going to try to help make it easier to see. Let me see how this will look. Okay. Well, you know what? I am going to just do the, and I'm going to, hang on, let me get rid of charts for a second. Um, Brain Games, I believe it was, does tutorials for this, and might I add, really good tutorials. I actually have them available here. Hang on. Oh, no, I don't. Doggone it. I'll get them up later. But there are two fantastic tutorials. They're short flights. One's Boston to Dulles. One's Vegas to LA. The Boston to Dulles is kind of a quick start, get you going with the LTN. Very well done. The longer, it's about just shy of an hour. But the comprehensive one is about 2.5, 3 hours long from Yeah, who'd have thought 2 hours from Vegas to Los Angeles? But he takes you through it, and he really does a great job. But anyway, in his videos, it's kind of neat how he says it, and it kind of makes sense when you think about it. He says the one on the left here, that's the captain's. The one on the right, first officer. Go figure. And then the one down here is flight engineers. I thought that was pretty cool how he laid it out. Now, if that is how it was in the real world, because not many 200s still flying, I'd love to know because that is really cool. But anyway, let's get in here and get these suckers up and going. Again, make sure the radio master bus, hang on. So come in here once you, before you do the alignment, radio master bus, upper right-hand corner, both essential and number 2, both on. Make sure you're either on ground power, up here in the upper right, or I'm sorry, upper, did I say upper left? Anyways, make sure you're on ground power. Or if you want to fire up the APU before fueling, you can. Nothing says you can't. You can be on the gen that way, but don't switch while you're aligning. Okay? Don't switch. Again, the upper bus, upper right, if I said it wrong. All right, so how do we do this now? All right, so first check your cycle data. That's right. It works off of NavGraph's updates, believe. How about that? Because you can put in, instead of coordinates like SIVA, you have to put in lat lons in SIVA, 9 of them, including your position. Here, you can put in 98 fixes, but you can use fix like, well, you're going to see here in a minute, but say, oh, I don't, the actual ICAO code for that fix. So 5-letter number, whatever combination you can put in. You could use airport ICAOs, EDDF as an airport. You can use VORs. You can spell them out instead of coordinate out lat lon. So very cool that you can do that. Still very cumbersome because I'm pretty sure they didn't have this that we'll show later. So pretty cool. So here we go. All right, first thing on my check here, clear. Now you can put in EDDF, and that's just going to put you to whatever the airport reference point is. Okay, wherever that is on the center, off one of the runways, wherever they decided to put it. I'm sure it's a little bit more precise than what I'm saying, or like many of you do in your FMS updates and stuff, put in the lat lon. All right, so that's what we're going to do. All right, so for this gate, I'm going to bring it in here and then type it. Okay, C8 you see is November North 5003.0, and then that's your latitude, longitude. Latitude is 008 34.7 east. Now, how do we put that in? All right, I'm just scooting it over. We're going to, again, only show you with the chart program this, and then I'm just going to load it. Okay, so I'm going to go by coordinates. So we want to start with, okay, the Alpha November button up here. That switches it from alphas to numerics. And as you can see, it's 2N. West is here, east, south. Also, these secondary items like the status of your update, your alignment, and all of that. Okay, so let's put it in. North. That automatically triggered it to the latitude. 5003 0. Okay. How many of you know where Germany is on the map? You know what? I had learned something today. We'll get to that in a second. It's not 5 degrees north latitude. No, not even close. So you got to put in another 0. Now we've got 50 degrees, 3.00 minutes north. That is correct. Now we're going east on the latitude, 008. Come on. Oh, that's right. It won't take preceding zeros. It doesn't care about. The zeros at the end, that's where I got screwed up last time. Like, why aren't you doing what I'm telling you to do? 834. Now, the decimal is 7. Now, 8 degrees, 38 degrees, 34 minutes, 34.70 minutes east. Enter. And verify the date and time. And there you have it. Okay. Now, we'll have to do that for each of the units. That's one of the few things we have to do in each of the units. Very similar to SIVA. We can push, we'll load the waypoints, we'll do it into, I think this one is where it'll load, and then we'll push them to each of the others. All right, so clear. I'm just going to kind of cheat. North 5003. Lucky for me, it is 0. Otherwise, you'd hit clear. So double check 50 degrees 30 or 3.0 north. Okay. Enter. East 8. So you don't, just do the 34700. Whoa. Too many. Hang on. Clear. Do it again. 8. Oh, dang it. There we go. Longitude east 8 3 4 7 0. I thought by just clicking clear I would be able to back it up, but that was wrong. All right, so 8 3 4 7 53. Perfect. Okay. Enter. Time's right. Date's right. Good to go. Down here. Okay. Same thing. Clear. North. Okay. 5003.0. Good. Enter. and we're going east 8, tree 4, 7, 0. Enter, enter, enter. Here's where we are on the alignment. 5 minutes to go. We can click them to go. Now, the cool thing is we could actually start the waypoints, because there's a bunch on this one. Let me just back out and kind of give you a feel. So we'll go here, view the flight plan. I gotta change that. Anyway, here's our nat track. Will be on Echo Sunup to Janjo. That does Sunup to. All right. Now here's everything that's got to be inputted. Everything you see there. And no, why do we have a cost index? Come on, folks. It's 8.5. Mach 0.85. And you got to put in each and every one. Now, here's where it gets kind of... Here they are. So yeah, you're going to enter each one. See how it also gives the coordinates. So in case it comes up somewhere else, you have that to fall back on. So yeah, all of those you'd have to be. I wish it would tell you total fixes, but it doesn't. But yeah, that's a lot. I mean, I don't think it's 98, but it could be. So we'll find out. All right, let's finish this up so we can start that. I'm going to also get the plane ready to board. So with that, let's first talk it through with Sim Toolkit, and then we'll get back into LTN. Get the LTN back in. A lot to this plane. And remember, 3 people were the crews. So, all right, so you can see where we are. See how busy they are already. And folks, this is kind of early on in the day. Kind of think of Atlanta. You're kind of like lunchtime. You might get some controllers then, but then it might go dead until, oh my gosh, boom, and everything fills in green, which is cool. I mean, let's get real. It's cool. But for today, we are flying with, I kind of sometimes don't want to go through this page. Reason being, a lot of it changes, and you'll see that what this aircraft's capable of doing for you changes a lot of things on it. So while it says a payload of 67,000, we'll probably be higher than that. Block fuel guarantee higher than that. But we will have 298 peeps, and that is our route below us. We are going to take off on runway 18 and follow the Obaka 5 Sierra departure, and then everything else you see there. By the way, from Sunup to Janjo, those fixes, 5820, 5830, 5840, 5650, that's NatTrack, North Atlantic Track Echo for today. They're coming back right now on that track. Actually, they're probably real world a good halfway over the Atlantic pushing in. So, and some already in country because they're headed to LA and the West Coast. So it's kind of, there was a neat map out there a long time ago, and it may still somehow be out there in some iteration from the Star Alliance. And it would show you how the world works with aviation. It was a really cool animation. And so anyway, we'll be at Mach 0.85, the aforementioned number, and we'll start it at 34,000. We do have some step climbs. Maybe not. 34. Oh, we're at 34 the whole way. So now, those of you that fly across the pond, and by the way, coming up next month, I know, not September, October, across the pond will be going eastbound, I think. Anyway, it'll be going one of the directions, and you were going to see a whole lot of people up. I can't participate. I work on Saturdays, so we will not be able to participate. But if you watch VATSIM and watch some streaming, that will blow your mind away how many people. Thankfully, over the years, they've started adding and adding and adding more controllers to it. Um, I've been really wanting to get back into it. I used to fly it a lot, but it became a gossip session. You know, hey, Charlie, how are you? Folks, we're trying to get position reports in. Do you understand there's 1,000 people out there online? They don't care. So it's all about me. So anyway, and there were procedures if you couldn't contact and such, and oh, violated all the time on those. Now it's a little better from what I've heard. All right, Frankfurt weather, not too bad. Clear visibility, okay. I've seen that with raging thunderstorms. You gotta love it. Um, and in real life too. Here they would say that, and I'm like, really? How do you get clear and visibility okay with a raging thunderstorm out there? You know, it's what you get when you don't stick your head out the window and go, oh, it's not. It's clear here. And probably the temperature was 70, 75 degrees, you know, and it's 5 below outside. Anyway, but nothing significant. There is weather in and around Frankfurt I've seen on some of the maps. We'll see how that plays out. We have our departure ATIS, now India. Ooh, okay. Are they saying both? I hope, because I'm playing 218. Transition, man, got to learn that space button. Or at least put it in the right spot. I don't, it's probably preformed. Anyway, so the winds are 210 at 10 at the time the ATIS was made. But the key is 25 center and 18 for departures. I believe 18 is the longer runway, I think. So I don't know. Anyway, that's what we plan. We are on VATSIM, as you all know already. Somebody's down in the bullpen there. We'll take a look real quick and get back to this page here in a moment. Hey, look, there's somebody way down there. Oh. And it's kind of, lunchtime's kind of dwindling traffic down. So, all right, so let's get back at it. Okay, so we said 200. Wait, no, you guys didn't see because I forgot to click the button. There we go. Just so you can see. Don't want you to feel left out. You can see what was pretty full is now down to about a half dozen or so aircraft, unless there's some floating around over here. And there's a couple over here too. Okay. So again, Frankfurt is beginning to warm up. Now, let's get in here. We said 298 people. Now, you've got presets here, so use them. I did 75%. It put me right at 299. Now, if you keep pushing 75%, it's going to vary from the very low 300s to the 280s. 75% of the plane. And then I set it to where I needed. Okay, cargo. We were planning, I just clicked the wrong thing. There it is. 15,000, just shy of 200 pounds. So I like to fly with, and I've seen this in real world at Chicago. When they came in, there was a lot of cargo. And the reason being, that pays for much of the flight. the people become a little bit of profit for the flight. So they do put a lot of cargo on these planes, but I limit it 25%. Okay, now the fuel. This is where I told you it will not match 233. And right now it does, is way under because we haven't set anything up here. Our route distance today is 3,513 miles. We do not go by, it's just 50s. So let's get up to 35. So we'll go 15. Gives us a little padding in fuel. Desired 34. Headwind. Now, this gets confusing. At first, it used to say tailwind, and Felis did a great job now saying headwind. Problem is, and in this flight, it will be a headwind. You will find what I was trying to get at and lost my train of thought. When you fly those across the ponds going east towards Europe, you get pretty good push in the winds. Coming back, well, guess what? That push becomes you're pushing through that wind, a headwind. And in the wintertime, it can be over 100 knots. Yuck. But it's a Benny in October going because you're going to get there a little quicker than you will in the flip-flop around in April. And of course, the folks that set up these tracks across, they look at that and they set them to help optimize the flights. Doesn't mean they're perfect. They're going by the same forecasts the pilots are going by, and sometimes they got to dump, if they're flying the smaller planes like the A321, 757s, 737s, believe it or not, 800s do push across. They come up short on fuel, and they got to land in places either in Canada for refuel or Portland, Maine sees a lot. I think it's Portland, Maine. Might be New Hampshire. Anyway, they see a lot that come in low on fuel. I was just talking with someone yesterday, an A380 of all planes that should never have a low fuel, came into Tampa low on fuel. You have to do it, folks. If you have to go to your alternate, you got to have the fuel. So, yeah, it's kind of, it's just people don't think of those things. They don't think, oh, there's wind in the atmosphere. Oh, we take it for granted down here and hate it usually. So today we've got currently a 257 at 34. So basically kind of west and southwest kind of component to the wind at 34 knots. That's going to affect our fuel. It's going to mean a little bit more fuel to get through that. So here's how I tell people you can easily figure it out. If these numbers go up, the total fuel, you got the right one. If they go down, you went the wrong way. So for instance, let's see how the numbers are shrinking. Tailwind. Oh, it actually tells you headwind. Now they're increasing. See that? I'm going to go ahead and set 40 for safety. So we're already 228,240 pounds. And we haven't even stuck in our alternate, our contingency fuel and our taxi fuel. So you can already tell we're going to blow that number out of the water. All right, so, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it here. Now we're going to Philadelphia if we have to. Okay. I don't think it tells me. Yeah, that's why I don't like Delta. And I really wish we could find a way to change that. They don't give you the mileage nor the route to the alternate, which is scary. Hang on, I'm just looking through here. Yep, there's nothing. All right, that's fine. So I'm going to bump this up to at least 10% and at least 30 minutes to allow here and JFK. Actually, probably 35 would be better. Okay, alternate, we're going to say 150. By the time they vector us this, that, and the other, I think that's going to be pretty doggone close. That's weird. They don't tell you anything about that. Huh. Okay, so yeah, we'll plan 150, even though, yeah, let's just be safe, go 200. You know, the more I think about it, I go, let's be safe and go 200. So, all right, by the way, we are planning, obviously, 18 here for our departure, 22 left, which is actually helpful into JFK. All right, so here's our final fuel. First off, we got our 298. Okay, that's what we were told by Pan Am we're going to fly with. Dispatch was off by nearly a little under, I mean, just 100 pounds under 30,000 pounds of fuel. That's an hour's worth of flying in this plane. Now, the other keys you got to watch, and this is real world stuff, so you guys that just strictly, oh, I'm flight sim only, I don't care what the real world does, tune out for a second. Check your landing weights. Check your takeoff weights. Make sure you're within limits. CGs, they'll go, I believe, red on this page, but I don't know. I've only done it once and I don't remember. Frame rates also show up here, which is cool. That's part of the reason I'm not a big, I could get disconnected here, especially on a Frankfurt Friday here, I've been doing pretty good coming in and out. So, all right, so that takes care of the plane. This is telling you, okay, this is what we're going to load. Now, we can't load it. Well, we can with instant load. I've never used it, and I prefer click the home, go to refuel and payload. Let's go ahead, put the fuel in the plane. Now, the cool thing is we're actually putting in more fuel than what's currently on the plane because for some reason it's center fuel. It used to be center fuel was empty. I don't know what changed, if that was an X-plane thing that happened or a Felis thing. I don't know. I don't like it, but hey, who am I? So I still will instant because that's going to take a while to load. And that just put 260, brought the tanks up to that number, 263,553. I don't know why they can't ever, why the fueling people can never give us that extra pound. Then you can come over here and see how things are. So we will be using the center tank. So, and this shows that everything is good, ready to go. All right. Now, let's get the people started. Okay, refuel takes care of the fuel. Payload takes care of the peeps. There's our 298 peeps. There's our 30,000 pounds to go underneath. Hang on a second. Didn't want to sneeze in your ears. And there's our zero fuel weight, block weights, all of that good stuff. So we're going to have a crew of 17 today to take care of them. Minus the 3 are in the cabin, in the cockpit. The rest, the 14, will take care of the cabin. Now, you can instaboard and load, which will then throw them all into plane, or you can let them come on real world. That will take a little time, but the cool thing is once our cargo reaches 30,200, it'll actually close the doors. Of course, verify. Even in the USEMers, verify. All right, let's get back to work. We got a couple more checks to do up top here. Well, actually, I think I've... Oh, no, I haven't. And... Okay. All right, and now we're going to get to the nitty gritty here. Hang on a second, just got to get a quick chart up here. All right, what are you? 110.55. Okay, so we're going to just basically panel set, lighting, radio, INS, switch good, up, left, down, right. All we're doing is checking the gauges right here. First off, let me go ahead and click to silence them. But basic, now you see your gyros like they should be. But we're just going to watch needle movements and glide slope movements. Okay, that looks good. Now, down and right, we'll see the down, but we will see very little in the movement, except on the HSI. We'll do that on the other side as well. Go ahead and set it. All right. We'll check the flight director. That came alive. Good. Everything's off. Autopilot's off. We're going to go off 180, so we'll get it close to right now. Actually, I can set that. 180, no, it's 176. On heading, don't worry about your courses just yet. Vertical speed 0, we'll bring this down to 7,000. Okay, we'll have, 4,000 will be our initial, okay. And I set that now knowing that when I get my clearance, it'll be, from clearance, it'll be different. Okay, however, we'll come back to this shortly. Altitude select, make sure that's off above it. Another flight director check, okay. And we're on 5.5, so looks good, up and up, down and right, okay. Now, basically left to right, however you want to do it, just make your checks. Okay, everything looks good. We can do a test. Hang on. Reason I want to swing back is it's going to trip the two. Test, good. Off and off. Altimeter, let's just see if that's changed any. 1004, and it has not. Okay, radar altimeter, make sure it's at 0 when you do the check, otherwise you won't get the enunciation that you're looking for. It'll only be on one side. The needle will move, you won't get that bloop, kind of weird, but it is what it is, and we're back into updating already. Okay, we'll have to get it off GPS. Okay, up top, do a push to test. Basically, when you get in the plane, just make sure you do all the tests. I still use the checklists. I don't go through them to bore you for the, how long they can take, but I still go through them because I have come across so many times I forgot something. All right, and reset. All right, here's where the 4000 comes into play. Altitude alert test. And it should have sounded again, but we'll set 4000 for now. Okay. Now, these are sounds you never hear here.
Pull up. Glide
As
slope.
Pinocchio
Glide
pushes
slope.
his nose back.
Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Rudder ratio is just a light that lights up on the panel here. All right, and then we do the same. Down, green, and push to test, and we do the same thing over here. And like I said earlier, you will not get the audible. Okay, come back down. Everything looks good. Looks like we're aligned. Now, I am going to set the range on TCAS to 40. Now, the big thing over here is the radar unit. Now, moving it to 50 will not energize the paddle up front. What it does is just warms up the tubes inside there. So when you do activate the radar, it's ready to go. And again, thanks Hawker 125 for the help in better understanding that. And then we'll do a, okay, telling us we're not ready for takeoff yet. Spoilers up, flaps, let's just do it this way. All right, flaps are up, indicated 00. Be careful when you're taking off airborne that you hear flap 0 and verify, physically see it at 0. Otherwise, I have got caught 2 or 3 times with this where it hangs at flap 1, and guess what? You broke the flaps. You got to get on the ground and go to your failures page to fix them. I've done it. Trust me. You make the call. Do you make a divert or do you continue on? You would most likely with this plane, well, it depends. Well, on takeoff, divert back, get it fixed, then go. But if you shouldn't deploy them over the ocean. So, but just make sure because it will affect flap movement. All right. Spoilers are up. We already verified flaps. Parking brake set. Idle on the idle cutoff on the fuel levers. Down below, we're on exponder and the radar is in standby. I'm going to go ahead, turn the paddle up just in case it radiates. That way it's radiating, hopefully not into people and what radiation does. Okay, we're all set to go. Now, I told you we still got to load the waypoints in here. Okay, so let's go to waypoint. Now, real world, you would put in all those fixes that I've shown you. And then once you've got them in on one of these 2 units, you would then cast, literally, you're going to cast it to the other 2. So that way they're equal to. And any changes you make along the way, you would then cast it to them. So, I'm going to try something. I tested this but did not fly this. Real quick, you can see that we've cargo loaded. We're still boarding. We're at almost fully loaded. But let's take a look outside. See how the cargo doors are down? By the way, let's go ahead and get the APU on. Okay, we're just waiting. 100%. Okay. Now, let's go. Okay, gen on, gen. Okay, we are now off. Now, we can do this because we're fully aligned, ready to go. Bleed air's on. Okay, get our aircraft ready to go here. And everything looks capiche. Get the hydraulics on. Okay, we're now let's come over here. So we already saw that our doors are closed. We still got these open until we're ready to pull out of here. All right, however, verify again. We are off over here. It automatically does it.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
And we can come off ground power now.
Ground power disconnected.
Okay, so let's do it. Here's what I saw. We've all seen this button. So we can quick align. Let's open a flight plan. Uh-oh. It is... Oh, I know why it's not showing. I know why it's not showing. There it is. I forgot to load it. All right. So let's look at this real quick. Now we're going to be loading it to where it says this. However, we have a little issue we'll have to work out. Okay. We're on the 5 Charlie. Let me we're going to Obaka. However, we're not getting any of those fixes. By that I mean DF 156, 164, Kura, Masur, Ravik. We'll have to enter those. Oh boy. Let's see. And we'll have to enter the RNAV. Oh, by the way, one of the other things the LTN can do, SIVA cannot, unless you know the coordinates. It can do RNAV approaches because you're putting in the fixes. So, for instance, this is an RNAV departure. So, depending if we have any centers or any of that up, I could just take off, start the departure, and then go direct. I could. I mean, there's nothing in flight simming that says I can't. However, if we had approach, departure, tower to a point, they're going to watch to make sure you make that turn to 220 and then turn you loose. But if you have center, you're going to have to fly those. Now, you could, theoretically, put the navgraph chart up and fly it till you get to Masur and go pretty much, I think it's direct at that point. Oh, no, to Didim and then up. But you probably could fudge it. All right, so let's try. After waypoint 0, I'm kind of curious what that is. That I didn't do, but it's going to go to all. Okay, let's see what happened. Boom. Oh, okay, so I could clear this one out and put them in. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and still fly it like I'm supposed to. So at 197 to 156 to 164. So now this is when it's critical to see alpha, but we're going to have to switch to numeric on each one. So here's how you put them in each time. Delta. Where's Fox? There's Fox. Now, also, yeah, that's not I. I is over here. Just trust me, I've done it too many times. A couple of other ones catch you off guard too. So be careful. Now go to numbers. 197. 197. Enter. Okay, hang on, I did it wrong. I haven't done this in a long time. Enter. Okay, now we put in the next one. Wait, which one did I put in? 197, 156. I haven't even looked. Oh, whoa, see how it put in the numbers or the letters instead? Clear, clear, clear. Got to go to numbers. Come on, 6 work. Enter. Enter. Thankfully, this is the last number. DF number 164. Hey, at least I got it right on the last one. Enter, enter. Then we go to KUPIP. K. P. I. P. Up to Masser. Is that IR? Yeah. Enter. RAV key. And I put them in, and I'll tell you why. Like I said, you just never know. And of course, if they're watching, they'll go, we're going to put them on the other one. Like they did to me the last time I flew out of here. I did what one thing I told you could. And I flew it by watching the map. In essence, like some of you fly the magenta line, that's what I was doing on NavGraph. RAV key, dit them. And we'll be doing this at the other end as well later on, because runway may change. This is 8-hour flight, folks, so it could change. Finally, clear. Ditum to Obaka. And then on to our flight. Now, cool thing is, most of this is already over here, except for these. Now, the arrows work just like in Airbus. Let me explain one thing here, and then we're going to wrap up, get this thing going. Actually, we got to update those two. Okay, we're going to be updating these here in a minute. What am I trying to do? Here we go. Let me get in here and get that GPS turned off. Hang on a second. Okay, status. Enter. Wait. Now what? Oh, expand. All right, and then finally, this one can't do as much as the others, but it can't work off the VORs. So we use this thing called Trimix. Watch the videos, they'll tell you more. All right, so I have that one set. All right, last thing before we push back. Hang on, I want to check something here. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. All right, last thing we got to do is get everything over that's been updated here. If you update one of them, you got to do this. Hang on a second. All right, so click Remote, RMT. Now, this will be the master, so, and then click Enter. 29 total waypoints. That's not bad. There was one that I did that I swear looked like, oh my gosh. It was an oh my gosh. Okay, next remote. Now we're going to go to slave. Okay. And then we'll come down here, do the same thing. And what it's going to do is basically transfer every fix that's in the captain's one into the first officer and flight engineer. And I can already hear some going, what do you mean? Oop, not master, slave. Enter. Okay, back up. All right, now we're going to, with that all set up, click Enter. Transmitting. It'll take a few minutes, actually about a minute or two to get it all transferred, and then we're ready to go. So let's go ahead and see who's still here. Oh, we have delivery. How about that? All right, while we're waiting on that to occur, let me bring in charts and show you what I mean. All right, there are two actual departures out of here off 1-8. You could do the Okaba 3L Lima, which takes you here, here, and there. I would suspect a lot of heavies go for that, but you know, you're airborne way before the end of the runway. Crossfill complete, by the way. And then you just go direct to Masser. Okay, we could do that. So it'd be just a DF 160 to X-ray Alpha Mike Uniform Bravo, then up to Masser. However, since that's completed, I'm going to set you on waypoint. Now, when you look at the waypoint, see how they're all in there? Same thing down here. Okay. All right, let's do it. Let's get delivery on the horn and get ready to light this firecracker up. Okay, delivery is 122.35. Is that 0? That is. Doggone it. I hate when you gotta really roll these around. All right, and we're set. Oh, no, we're not. Oh. Oh, wow. Frankfurt delivery, Clipper 73 Charlie 8, stand with Kilo. Request clearance to JFK is filed. One, 124. All right, Clipper 73. Hopefully I got this right. Will be we're cleared as filed on the Obaka 3 Mike. Departure 7000 initial, 1124 for the box. Clipper 73. One quick question. Do we call you for the push or for ground? Clipper 73 copies. Thank you for the help there. Okay. All right, so we've got our clearance. I can't read it out. Oh, he put us. Oh, okay, don't worry about it. He put us on 3 Lima. 3 Mike. What's 3 Mike? That's 2-5. I'll bet. We're gonna request 1-8 from ground. We actually got a squawk code here. One 124. Okay, let's close it up. Now, one other thing, I forgot to show this on INS. We can go back. Go back. Nearest DMEs. Why that's important? Believe me, trying to get this thing, you got to get it updated before we go out off of Ireland. Get it as close to back to updated as possible, because as you cross the Atlantic, you're actually going to see your course drift because you're not constantly updating. That's where that GPS comes in. It's constantly keeping you right on it. But if you want to fly it real, they didn't have GPS that I know of back then. So that drift you would try to catch off of VORs. Keflavik would be too far. Greenland would be too far. But as soon as you start getting in range of the east coast of Canada, you'd be tuning in the closest one. So as soon as it hit, it would start updating and get you back closer on course to come in. All right. So all right, I'm going to go ahead and get tab set up. Back out just a tad. I think they're going to want us to 2.5. Okay, now let's just take a look here. I'm going to look offline for my SID. Hang on. So what? Did we do a full? Whoa, I think we did a full runway switch. No, 2.5 and 1.8. Why am I showing coming off 7? And delivery Clipper 7.3 with question. You've got us on the Obaka 3 mic departure. Is that for 7 center? Copy that. Is there a chance we could switch that over to 1.8, or we're set up with the LTN for 1.8? Copy that. I was just looking at your ATIS and you had 1.8 up there. Is there another chart? I'm really confused here. It says 2.5. Is there another one? All of this is showing for 7. It shows coming off 7 center. I don't get this. Really confusing. Performance for the performance of the plane. Same numbers. Oh boy, if he makes me have to switch, now I see what my mistake was. It's a short taxi, that's for sure. My big question always is, why do we have 1.8 if you're not going to use it? I get 2.5. Very short taxi. Don't get me wrong. Got it 100. I get that 100%, but man, it gets frustrating. Much appreciated from Clipper 7-3. We're now cleared Obaka 3. Sorry. I was going by the old stuff. Obaka 5 Sierra to Obaka 4,000 initially, and everything else the same. And we're ready to push back from stand Charlie 8. (121.855) Clipper 7-3, and again, thank you so much. All right, let's get those jetways away from the plane. Yeah, this is one of the few airports where both jetways work. It's kind of cool. LA, JFK. JFK, I don't think we're going to come into that. All right, I need 1, 2. (121.855) Frankfurt ground, Clipper 7-3, ready to push, stand Charlie 8. On 6-0. It's gonna be one of. I was gonna say, why is it so quiet? Yeah, Frankfurt ground, Clipper 7-3, ready to push Charlie 8. Clipper 7-3, push it back. To the ramp. I was wondering if he was going to be like I would. Got a good ground controller. Good. Anywhere you want. Okay.
On to cockpit. Toes driving up. Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Okay, oh, and now we have, so they are going to follow us. Ha-ha. Oh, we need to get rid of the chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start the engines.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Starting engine 3.
Start of valve open.
Operation complete. Please set parking brake.
20% and 2.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting
Fuel
tow.
on.
Stand by.
Light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open.
Tow is
20% and 2.
disconnected and bypass pin has
Fuel
been
on.
removed.
Light up.
Signal on the left. I'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
5 off.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open. %20 and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized. Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Flaps 5. Flaps 20.
Ground, Clipper 7-3 ready to taxi. November 3, November, holding point 18, Clipper 7-3, thanks.
Parking brake released.
Which one's November? Inside, okay. Yeah, we realized we passed up November. My eyesight was on a different one. We've U-turned, headed back. Okay, now that we're on the right stuff here. Okay, so flaps, takeoff, stape trim set, probe heat.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed.
Okay, probe heat, flight controls have been checked, yaw dampers, seat belts, fuel heats on, gross weight engineer panel set, and, oh, not really. Let's get it set. Boy, it's busy here already. Hey, is it Frankfurt Friday? And you get a problem child like Clipper in here, you know? I caused a lot of trouble. Clipper 7-3 holding November 7. Okay, I got a little ways. That's November 5. Ground Clipper 7-3 holding short November 7. Did I miss something? We'll continue taxi Clipper 7-3.
Cabin ready.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Okay, we're going all the way now, hopefully. Oh. All right, well, we've been on for almost 2 hours. Showed some interesting new stuff. We got an 8-hour flight ahead of us, folks, so getting ready for transatlantic is always fun. I have no... Okay, we're set 400. We're about to make history. Hey, Duluth, welcome aboard. Oh, he was aimed at us. I bet you I'm gonna get a hold short. Oh, yeah, you can't. Sorry. I forgot to unmute him. Sorry about that, folks.
Condor 6 Hotel Zulu, I called you multiple times. Hold short of Lima for now and contact tower 118.780.
Hold short of Lima now and tower 118.7.8, Condor 6 Hotel Zulu, I'm sorry.
690 Foxtrot. You were supposed to turn right onto Lima. Your departure on is 18. Taxi left, November 11. Hold short of November. And... So that's 690 Foxtrot, hold position.
Hold position, study 690 Foxtrot. Singapore to 6 and Papa.
Oh boy, is it. It's a rockin' here. You're welcome, Hugo 79 Mike. Thanks for the alert. Sure appreciate it. It's busy here, folks. Count yourselves lucky not hearing all of this.
Lufthansa for 50 is ready to taxi. Lufthansa 450 taxi via Papa question. Which direction are you facing now?
We are facing east and we request Papa 1 Whiskey 1.
Okay, we're gonna get handed off here.
Alpha 2 request pushback.
Oh, they may have a tower.
First, Lufthansa 1 for uniform taxi to holding point, runway 18 via November South.
November South, runway 18, Lufthansa
1187.
Clipper 73, contact tower 124.855.
And I apologize, we are now facing west. We were initially facing east, Lufthansa for 50.
Clipper 73, contact tower 124.855.
What's the frequency again? I was looking at something different.
124.855.
124.855, Clipper 73.
This is fully work with certificate.
Lufthansa 1 for uniform contact tower 124.855.
124.855, Lufthansa 1 for uniform, wenn der Tripping von mir Gas gibt.
Ja. Easy 74 Lima, Frankfurt Airline, hello, right turn, Victor 10.
Identified, call Langen 120.155, ciao.
Langen 120.155, Lufthansa 490.
Condor 6 Hotel Zulu and 180 Roderick, front for North runway 25, stand exit for takeoff, no delay. Clear takeoff, 25, no delay, Condor 6 Hotel Zulu. November Alpha, on departing P20 head.
Well, that kind of stinks because that's not what I show up here on VATSIM for their tower. That's okay. Good afternoon, tower. Clipper 73 coming up to 18.
Clipper 73 tower low, line up runway 18.
Line up and wait 18 Clipper 73. Now I gotta find the runway. In all this mess. Where are you? Interesting. 25 center for landings.
From Tower Low after departing 747 line up runway 18 behind us. After departing 747 line up runway 18 behind us.
Yeah, I had a whole different frequency for Frankfurt Tower. I have to double check my flaps. Got a feeling they're at 10.
It's about 7-180 degrees, 12 knots, runway 18 cleared for takeoff.
Clipper 73 cleared for takeoff. 18. Thanks.
Got a 75 Alpha, connect apron 1-1.855, John. Apron 1-1.855, got a 7555, vielen Dank. Got a 6 Hotel Zulu, contact departure 136.130, Roger.
Stabilized.
36130, Condor 6 Hotel Zulu, thank you, bye-bye.
Cross set.
knots.
Frankfurt Tower, hello, Condor 1X Lima, holding short of Lima. Condor 1X Lima, hello, continue via Lima 1, hold short 25 center.
Rotate.
Lima 1, hold short 25 center, Condor 1X Lima.
Positive rate. Gear up.
Okay.
Gears up.
Crud.
Clipper 73, connect departure, Bob 20.155, Joe.
120805, Clipper 73 Heavy, thanks.
Clipper 73, it's 120.155.
Oh, 155, sorry, I was going by what's on VATSIM, sorry about that.
Lufthansa 1 for uniform wind 180 degrees, 12 knots, runway 180 for takeoff. 180 takeoff, Lufthansa 1 for uniform.
And departure Clipper 73 on the Obaka 5 Sierra departure.
At flight level 200, descending to flight level 100. Two stations, Lufthansa Bravo Delta, no flight plan.
1000 level off.
Beeline 71 Mike Alpha, turn right heading 160.
Flaps 10.
Heading 160, turn 1 Mike Alpha.
Departure Clipper 70 leveling off, I'm sorry, 3500 for 4000 off Frankfurt.
Clipper 73, radar contact, climb for ascent level 130.
Up to 130, Clipper 73 Heavy.
Beeline 71 Mike Alpha, descend to 3000 feet, speed 170 knots or greater. 170 knots or greater and descend to 3000 feet. Window 8 Victor Lima, turn left heading 280, clear as approach runway 25 left.
Left heading 280, cleared ILS 25 left, Condor 8 Victor Lima. At Condor 8 Victor Lima, confirms speed when established.
220 still.
220, 8 Victor Lima.
Lufthansa 1299, descent 4000 feet, QNH 1003.
Lufthansa 1299, 4000 feet, QNH 1003.
Beeline 71 Mike Alpha, turn right heading 220, clear as approach runway 25 left. Beeline 71 Mike Alpha, turn right heading 220, clear as approach runway 25 left. Beeline 71 Mike Alpha.
Yeah, go ahead.
Flaps
Turn right
5.
heading 220, clear as approach runway 25 left.
220, cleared ILS approach to 5 left.
Departure go to Lufthansa 1 for uniform.
Flaps 1.
From 4000. 1 for uniform, radar, contact, climb for asset level 130. My asset 130, Lufthansa 1 for uniform. Condor 6 Hotel Zulu, no further ATC, monitor advisory, choose.
Advisory, Condor 6 advisory, cheers.
Lufthansa 1299, turn left heading 300.
Left 300, Lufthansa 1299.
Beeline 7 Alpha, speed 170 knots for Greater until 5 miles final. Contact tower 118.780.
Speed 170 knots until 4 miles final. And contact the tower on 118.780.
Condor 8 Lima, Victor established. Correction, Condor 8 Victor Lima, established localizer 25 left.
Condor 8 Lima, Roger, speed 170 until 5 miles final.
170 to 5, 8 Victor Lima.
Flaps up.
Okay, I think we got through most of the hard part. $10,000's just about here.
Departure, hello, Condor 1 X-ray Lima, passing 3,000 feet.
10,000.
All right, 10,000 feet, we're climbing.
Condor X-ray Lima, radar contact, climb for asset level 130. Via seat level 130, Condor 1 X-ray Lima. Lufthansa 1299, turn left heading 280, clear approach runway 25 left.
Huh.
Lufthansa 1299, left heading 280, cleared as 35 left. Condor Victor Lima, fully established.
Condor Victor Lima, Roger, reduce now 170, contact tower 118.780.
Reduce now 170, tower 118.780, Condor 8 Victor Lima, choose.
Lufthansa X-ray, descent 5,000 feet, QNH 1003. Descent 5,000, QNH 1013, Lufthansa 8 Papa X-ray. QNH 1003. QNH 1003, Lufthansa 8 Papa X-ray. Clipper 73, no further ATC, monitor advisory, good day.
Thanks for the ATC and thanks for putting up with me for 18 Clipper 73 to advisory.
1,000 level off.
Lufthansa 1 for uniform, no further ATC, monitor advisory, choose.
Advisory, 1 for uniform, danke, ciao.
Lufthansa 1299, speed 170 knots or greater until 5 miles final. Under 1.
Now we just got to set it into cruise climb, which we'll do here as soon as we get 34. All right, and we said 307. Okay. Flaps are 0. Boy, it's just not wanting to accelerate. All right, about halfway across. As we hit the Atlantic, we'll probably have to. I'm going to level off here. Hang on. She is just not climbing. There she goes on the speeds. Now it's picking up. All right, continuous, good. And we'll put her in climb once we get there. All right, we are working our way right on up to Masser. We'll see how well, everything seems to be going good so far. Here's the turn at Masser. Oh yeah, we just passed TL. All right, it only took us an hour and a half, 2 hours to get airborne. Going IAS. By the way, that should have happened at 7,000. All right, now let's look for some VORs to start updating. Let's try over here. What's up ahead? KBO, is that on the list? All right, KBO is 112.15. It's not tuned in. Huh. Wonder why not. How about 109? Five. There we go. That should get us going. Okay, now let's check. Oh wait, I did that wrong. Hang on. Status. Expand. I can't read it. There it is. And status. Oh, arrow. I hate this part. How about 115? Why am I not getting any VORs? Ah, we got one updating. Okay, so. $115. Let's try it. Can't tune it in. Huh. All right, well, we'll go with 116. Let's try that. All right, and that is the name of the game. You try to get the ones as far out as you can so it'll just start updating, and for some reason we are not updating on that one. Let's find out if I accidentally disabled it. All right, well, I'm focusing on too much here. Okay, right now we're too close. 109.6. All right, nice and easy on the climb. Boom. All right, now they're both updating. Good. So that's bringing our drift back more online. We'll just kind of watch that as we go. Don't really like this. But that is the name of the game till we get to the North Atlantic.
Düsseldorf traffic here, and Eurowings Hotel Victor, we are on the 8 miles final for the 2-3 line.
All right, so there we go. We got a little ways to go on both of these, so we'll take them. So, I hope y'all had a great week. Sorry I was a little quiet there trying to figure things out, getting us updating and all of that good stuff. I hope y'all had a great flight. I want to tell you right now, great kudos to Frankfurt again. Great job. Even with the problem child called me. Had I really looked at it, I could have changed to 2.5 center, I realize. And now I understand what they're doing up there more. So, I'm not going to plan until I get my clearance from clearance. So, that way we don't run into that issue anymore. Yeah, that's twice. I should get my clearance first before setting everything up in here. Now, I can get the basic flight plans in, get them sorted through, but the actual flight needs to be done after clearance so I can get the proper. Because you, again, let me reiterate, with these LTNs, not the SEVA, SIVA is totally different. You can only set by coordinate. LTN, you can fly RNAV. You can set by coordinate name. Like in this case, Tornu, just came off Tenek, and so forth. You can put those in. You cannot do that with SIVA. SIVA, you can only do 9 fixes. And yeah, at a time, and then you got to keep working at it to get yourself going. Once you get out of the areas, it's not that hard. But it's just like getting out of, you got to know your coordinates. So if you don't know them, you can't fly it. That's why, if you remember a few flights back into Asheville, there was a 7-4, could not fly the RNAV. Aircrafts technically at that point can't fly it. We can, because I can plug in. When we get closer to New York City, we'll plug in the RNAV arrival and ILS if it stays 2-2. Other than that, no. But the nice thing about the 2 is you can actually fly them without the INS. That's a conventional approach, VOR to VORs, radials, and this and that. Oh, we're close to 1. Let's get Rotterdam. Actually, we're updating, so we'll take it. 46. Yeah, for now. We'll probably pick up 1 in London-ish, or actually we'll be well north of London, up in Scotland. And then we'll be kind of beginning to get to where we're out of fixes. So here's our overall route. We'll probably be able to get like Glasgow, Edinburgh, maybe something out of Northern Ireland. Doubtful from Iceland. So right up in here around Nateb, that'll be where we're getting our last fixes to coast out. And then we might pick up something in Greenland to get us starting to narrow down. But then as we approach the east coast of Canada, we'll be able to do a little better job. And then keep up with it again. So we've got a good 50, 60 miles before we got to change. So my guess is what I'll do is probably go ahead. Well, how close to Rotterdam will we be? So let me get zooming back in. So I've got Rotterdam or Maastricht. I'm going to go with, let's go with up here, Spy. 13.3. Let's see if we can get that to come in. All right, that is. Oh, wait. Oh, that's why. There we go, and we should get an update on that here real soon. .13.3. I don't know why we're not updating. Oh, that's just not gonna help us. How we doing on speed? 8.3? Okay. Okay, we are updating. I don't know why that's going in and out. Well, actually, I do. It's signal quality.
To level off.
Wow. We haven't even gotten to 0.85 yet. Just about there. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna come up here, grab the EPR unit. Okay, altitude select is on. Always make sure, because if it's not, you won't level off if you turn the autopilot on. And again, we're off. Okay, I think I'm done playing around. We're level 34,000 and trying to tune in Mach 0.85. All right, and what I've done is just turned on GPS updating because something's not clicking right with it. All right, but as I look at the top here, we are currently, holy mackerel, hang on a second. I'm going to report this to you as accurately as I can. First off, I'm trying to find myself on the map here, and I can't. We just exited. Where the heck am I? Oh, there I am. Okay, Frankfurt. We took off. There was about a half dozen, maybe a dozen aircraft. There's 40 waiting to go. 40. 3 on approach 25. There's another 18 departure. Well, that could be 25 at departure. Frankfurt is already busy, 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 and just getting busier. Part of why I wanted to get off early. Didn't succeed as much as I wanted to, but we did get out. And they did a great job accommodating us. Great job. Great. I'm going to have to say, always. I can't complain about Frankfurt only. I mean, at all, except, let me rephrase that, except just how doggone busy it is. I mean, it rivals, let's see what Heathrow and Gatwick are running. And by the way, I'm using VATSIM. Heathrow only has 14 departures right now, 3 in Gatwick. Manchester, light. 5 up in Amsterdam. So you can see that's one of the, between them, Frankfurt or Amsterdam, that's your busiest airports you'll run into in VATSIM. Frankfurt by far usually outdoes them. But don't ever think Heathrow won't. Oh, it'll give it a run for our money. So, anyway, we are in the Atlantic, actually. We're going to round the corner up in Scotland and then punch over to the U.S. Welcome aboard. What a day. Since pushback, it's been about just shy of an hour. So took quite a bit, a lot of learning still on my part. I don't, you know, for a flight like this, that is not a bad tool. I've just still got to get my head wrapped around the updating. I'll give it to the GPS, that's okay. But yeah, I need to really turn my attention now and figure out what the heck is it defaulting to. And I may have to consult some people at the Felis site to understand my misunderstanding of it. All right, so hey, we got 6 hours till we come rumbling into JFK-ish. 6 hours, 2 minutes according to the Sim Toolkit clock. Oh yeah, I mean Lufthansa's gates, there's actually 2 in some of these spots. I hate when that happens. I really do. There's some even now pushing over there. some in the new area. Those like me would know that area as Rhine-Main Air Base. That was the major U.S. airport, major military port of entry for Europe, Rhine-Main. It's port of entry, or it's just a big base. A lot of the aircraft parked over there, from bombers to cargo, fighters, you name it, they were there. And then this little place called Ramstein came along. All right, so anyway, giving you that. That's that new south terminal they're building, and looks like they're going to town on it. All right, let's find me on Elevatec. All right, so enjoy the flight, folks. I'm not certain if I'm going to play music on this. I've heard some people ask that I don't. So I think, friendly player, how was your day? Mine's been pretty, well, it's Frankfurt. It's been a good day, good week, and glad for the Labor Day weekend here in the United States. Wish I got all 3 days like many, what am I saying? Some take 2 weeks off. Others, like me, will only get today, Sunday, Monday. Can't complain. Hey, not complaining, just saying, just stinks. But I hope you've had a good week. Hope you've had a great day so far. 6 hours to go till we begin our approach into JFK. So long as we don't make a wrong turn in Albuquerque. And if we somehow get over Albuquerque, we made a lot of wrong turns prior to that. So, but again, great job in Frankfurt. It just busy as all get out. Yet it's amazing to watch the differences between Europe when they're slammed, like, and intentionally, like Frankfurt. Remember, last I checked, 40 aircraft waiting to depart. Whether they're out to the runways or waiting on clearances, that's a lot, folks. And they handle it, boom, boom, boom. You saw that, how they just, boom, you do this, you do that. Then you get that clipper guy that, yeah, I want 1A. Or goes the wrong way. A couple of us did that. And that's just because I didn't realize that's where November ended. And thought the one in front of me was it. And that was Mike. So, you know, hey, it's flying with Mike. I'm supposed to be on taxiway Mike. So, no. All right. Well, enjoy the flight. We are out in the channel, so to speak, between the mainland of Europe and Great Britain. More importantly, next big turn will be over Scotland and then out to the North Atlantic track. Enjoy the flight. We're going to kind of go quiet here, catch up on some chores, and hope you enjoyed. It was a nice early start, and welcome aboard. If you want to join us on Discord, feel free. I'll open that up here later. But for now, I'm headed to the galley. Oh, wait a minute. After, you know what? I think our passengers would like to move about.
Turn off the fasten seatbelt sign. However, we always recommend to keep your seatbelt fastened while you're seated. In a few moments, the flight attendants will be passing around the cabin to offer you hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal charge. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Thank you.
To you all, the same. Just making sure everything's good so I can step away. NCC. I love that. All right, folks, enjoy the flight. We'll be back with you here shortly. I'm headed to the galley. Be back in a few minutes. All right, just thought I'd chime in here real quick to let y'all know we are over Scotland. We are coming in to Tala, which I believe, if I remember right, it's part of the Glasgow approach. I could be wrong, but it's been a while. Yeah, not too far from here, we'll begin entering the North Atlantic track. Now is a good time to begin getting that update going. Not sure what we're doing wrong. I may have to check settings and put in a word with Felis, the group there, and see where I'm screwing up at, why I'm not locking in VORs like I used to. But anyway, over here you can kind of see where we are. We're kind of north and west of Newcastle, Sunderland area, Carlisle, north and east, and headed across, I believe this is Scotland. Well, we may actually be in Great Britain still. Scotland's still a little ways ahead. So, but yeah, we'll clear this. We'll make sure that we get, as you know, we'll stay up to date, obviously, across the pond with it on GPS. But I got to figure out why it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. This is what I ran into. Well, the problem I ran into why I didn't use SIVA earlier. It would not come off a status, error status. Nothing we could do, and it was something that prevented alignments. And I mean, it was just a major error, and real world guys couldn't figure it out. We tried everything short of a complete system reboot, you know, where you re-image the machine basically, and I wasn't up for that. Thankfully, a universal FMC came out, switched to that, and we had a blast. Hence why we flew with it for so long. We may go back to it if this persists. But anyway, it's fun to a point. Putting 98 fixes in, and there are routes where you could conceivably do that. Europe's not unknown to a lot of fixes. So enjoy. And we may go back to the FMC only because of how easy, hang on a second, easy it would have been to put that change to 2.5 center in. It's a little more complex here in this device, but, and I'm going to again reiterate, great job in Frankfurt. I mean, just a phenomenal job they did. Delivery, ground, tower, approach, probably now a center or something coming up soon. Great job accommodating. We sure appreciate that. I understand partially why I should have taken what I got. A lot shorter taxi. Get that, got that, understood that. And I wouldn't have had to do the 180. Oh well, those things do happen. Even in the real world. So, but anyway, we're, what are we at? About just shy of 6 hours out of JFK. And cruising along, 0.85, 34,000. No step climbs predicted or projected by SimBrief on this. 34,000 is as high as we're going. So we'll see how that translates out. Let's look back here. And let's just see if we can't squeeze a little more out of this. Actually, it looks like we will. So we'll keep the scavenge pump on. But let's definitely get the fuel. Oh, I forgot that on takeoff. Oh, shameful, shameful, shameful. See what I mean? Running those checklists do help. So let's get over here real quick, see what else we missed. All right, after takeoff, obviously the gear's up and the lever off. Double check. It is. Landing lights off. However, the logo light can be turned off. Ignition still on, seatbelts no smoking as is, pack valves better be open, they are. And fuel heat should have been in auto once we got airborne, before 10,000. All right, so next up will be the descent. Now you're going to look at this and go, a lot of that's done at or around 10,000. Correct. Now the good thing is we'll cross-check altimeters at 18,000 and so forth. But the guy behind us, the flight engineer, will have a lot of work to do once we get into the Atlantic and see where our fuel is and getting that set up right. Let me just check a couple things. All right, get those kind of in the ballpark. All right, and pressurization will stabilize here. And we're currently looking at a cabin pressure around just shy of 4,500. And looking good. Auto pumps are all on. Fuel pressure's all looking good. So we are crossing TLA right now. Now, with the way we're set up, we would not see the green light as we came over TLA. It would take about 10 to 15 miles past it before the signal hit us right. The other one, though, I forget who we set the other one off of. But anyway, the other one's still strong. Counting down, so it's up ahead of us. But anyway, that's what we're doing. Now, if we go over here, click INS, nearest DMEs, TRN is 44. Oh, there we go. These are the closest to us right now. And then work our way out. All right, so enjoy the flight. I'll let you all get back to your sleep, and your flight crew up here of one will get you to JFK, hopefully with a reasonable landing. Enjoy. We've been about, what, an hour and a half from pushback. Little over an hour and a half. Enjoy the flight. All right, welcome back. Glad to see we've had a bunch of people coming in, going out, trying to keep it a little on the quiet side. But just a quick reminder to those coming in. Wait a minute, hang on a second. We are currently cruising out to the North Atlantic Track Echo on our trek back to the States finally. Now let me explain. There is two reasons for this flight. One, currency, to keep me current with Pan Am Virtual. It's a great VA if you really want to fly a Clipper airline. We have a couple of different schedules for you to work with. I can't remember, was it 61 or 65 where the 707s flew, and then 85, which is what I'm flying, where the 747s are, 727s, and so forth. We also, I know, hold your anger down, we have TWA with us. So what a combination. Now the good thing is I try to check in with them every so often. 4 new pilots. I have it here, well, actually till today, for a couple of weeks. But if you're willing and wanting to fly with us, we require just 1 flight every month. We use the VAM system for our webs. Well, not for the web. I'm not even going to go there, but for our schedules and the VAMSys Pegasus ACARS. It's a really good system. I use it with a couple of other VAs. Mickey from DEN will be joining me soon. Oh, Mickey Mouse, cool. MICKE. Oh, sorry, probably the wrong one. Wow, I was going to say, man, we're really getting out there. Denmark. So, but anyway, so yeah, if you're interested, like I said, Pan Am, TWA will not look like the TWA you would be used to if you know of the airline. It's a more modern look 737-800s. They never flew 737s. They were primarily McDonnell, or actually Douglas products, and Lockheed. Couple of Boeings thrown in there, but really Douglas and McDonnell Douglas were their biggies. However, you're going to find 737-800, 747-400 in the fleet. Pan Am, like I said, the 2 schedules. One will give you the 707s, 720s, not to be mistaken with 727s, 720s. Basically a derivative of the 707 meant for shorter flights. Not to say they can't cross the pond. So anyway, love to have you join. Look for us at VAMSys. Click the link in the chat room, or if you're on it with YouTube with us here in a few hours when we post it, you can find us down in the more section. Secondly, there is another reason we're flying this, and not in any way connected or requested or anything like that from the real world side of the house. We're flying and have been flying last season's each of the destinations, the TV show here in the States and worldwide, The Amazing Race. We have flown to each of their destinations. Now, granted, we may go little different routes to kind of keep the flight short. I'll explain here in a minute. But we've been kind of retracing that. We're going to be into Miami, God willing, Sunday. That's where the last leg is at. Now, the last leg started in Porto, Portugal. Now, even the TV show said they went through Frankfurt to get to Miami. Well, obviously they didn't. Well, you know, they could have flown Pan Am. There is a new iteration of them in 757s. Not so this time. Not 747s. So, but yeah, we've been retracing it. We started in Hong Kong, went up to Osaka. I'm trying to think if I did a stop on that one. I don't think I did. Then from Osaka, we went to Bali via Manila. I don't know if they did. There aren't many, from the airport we departed, there aren't many direct flights. We actually went to Osaka, not Kansai. From Bali, the show went to Dubai. Okay, that's a long haul. And I'm sure it broke off either in Singapore or places along the way because there were no directs to Dubai. We went via Penang. I can't remember the Indian stop we made. We stopped in India and then broke it down a little bit to make it a little more palatable. Can't do that on this leg. From Dubai, we went to Bulgaria, which the show stated was a new place they had never been. So we went into Sofia where they did. And then the show would do stuff there. Then over to Naples. Now, the only leg we did not follow, as they did, is Naples to, oh, help me out here. Hang on. I'm going to have to pull it up because my mind is just gone blank on the destination. As I like to tease, may 60 years old be better on you than it has been on me with my memory. It's just like right on the tip of my tongue. It was in France. Strasbourg. So yeah. What they did is they went to Frankfurt and then got on a train to Strasbourg. What we did instead went direct Strasbourg. Okay. And then from Strasbourg to Porto. And then we've been, now they did go Porto to Frankfurt and then Frankfurt to Miami. Now whether they went direct or via JFK, via Dulles, via Timbuktu, I don't know. That part we never know. We just know they went from here to there and then flights out. Now, why do I do this? One, I love the TV show. I think it's phenomenal what they do. You can catch it either on, I think they're on Paramount or Hulu or something like that. And CBS here in the States. By the way, they're getting ready to start a new season here soon. More on that later. But basically, it's a race around the world. The only leg we did not do is Los Angeles to Hong Kong. Just didn't do that one. We'll see how this year shapes up. Usually whatever country they start in, which a lot of times is the U.S., they end not necessarily where they started, but in that country. And they just basically, like it says, race around the world. You saw the racetrack they took or heard the racetrack they took. Each of those stops, there are several challenges for the teams to achieve. Lately, it's been two-person teams Um, I think they have 16, I forget how many, 16, 18, 20 teams, something like that, racing around the world. Every week they drop one. Every now and then they throw in a non-elimination, but for the most part, count on it. One team goes bye-bye. The final team, or the team to cross the finish line first, $1 million. And they raced around the world and won it. It's a great show. I enjoy it. I look forward to... Now, I do not get any information where they're headed or anything like that. I'm not affiliated with the show. I just, after about a week or two of that episode, then I'll begin thinking about putting it into my flight simming. Basically, I use the show to help me find destinations to go to, because they're kind of fun, some of these places, and kind of fun to get a plane into, some of them. So that's why we do it. So later this upcoming September, look for it here in the States and abroad where it comes out. Like I said, I think it's Paramount Plus shows it, as well as maybe Hulu. If you can catch past episodes, you'll be blown away at how it started and how over the 30 plus seasons it has, just made some minor changes here and there. But some of those challenges were challenging, let's put it that way. They used to do a lot in Central to Western South America, where cities are pretty high up. I don't think they were in El Alto, where they were over 2 miles above sea level. Folks, that's, if you've ever been to like Denver, I'm trying to think of a counterpart in Europe where you're a mile up in the sky. Sea level wise, 5,400 feet, 5,500 feet MSL. Y'all may have experienced a bit of altitude sickness. Your body's not used to the thinning that the air happens there. Well, El Alto is 13,000 feet above sea level. Places like Bogota, 8,500, I think it is, above sea level. So there are, in Bolivia, obviously that's where El Alto is, but and places in and around it. This is the Andes, and you're doing some physical challenges. One season we watched, I forget where they were. They were up there in altitude, like these others that I've mentioned, wrestling, doing very physical stuff. And I'm here to tell you, it doesn't matter how physically fit you are. When you're that high up, it affects your body. So much so that the aircraft has to be on oxygen above, is it 10,000 feet now, or still 13 when I flew? Pilot had to be for smaller planes. But if you're pressurized, of course, you can go higher. But yeah, so imagine working through that if you live like we do here, 400 or 500 feet above sea level. So it begins to get on you really about a mile or higher. So really a fun show when they go into places like that. So that's the other reason for the show. Like I said, coming up here later September, we'll see it start up. And again, in probably October, November, I'll start flying them again. I don't want to give away anything to the show, even though, again, I'm not affiliated, but that's not for me to do, nor do many of the contestants. They either are in a hotel waiting to the end when the winner is crowned in the show, and then sworn to secrecy until the show gets there. So I've heard that too. So, but again, great challenges, great show. It's just, you know, one of those reality shows. It's one of the few that I personally like. And I'm not a huge TV reality person. I prefer to just watch, you know, a normal show than a reality. But there's been some complaints that I've read online about the show already, but it'll still be a good show and great. I can't wait to see where they plan to kick it off. Hopefully we'll be able to fly that first leg, or we'll do it. We'll hopefully be able to stair step it so we catch up quickly. Enough on that. And let's see who has joined us. Well, it would always help to be on the right screen there, Captain. Call me silly. So, but welcome in everyone who's with the Flying with Mike stream. And new to the channel, we'd love for you to hit that follow button. All it costs you is if you tick off the, that doesn't sound right. Check the notifications to get them. You'll get an email letting you know when we go live. For those watching us on YouTube, if you would like to be a part of Flying with Mike, 2 ways to find out. 1, come over to Twitch, look at the schedules. We try to keep it up to date as best we can. Or catch us on Monday or Friday. Now, to have known that we were departing earlier today, the other way is Discord. And I haven't seen that here lately, but there's the route we're flying. Let me throw that invite up. And you can catch the schedule there too. We try to keep them up to date. There's times we don't. And occasionally we'll drop a extra flight in, but normally 1600 Zulu, Monday and Friday. Sunday is another day we can fly if family and all, you know, if things align right. Okay, well, I'm going to get out of here and let you all enjoy the flight. Hang on, I just clicked the button. What's the number 7 key do? Stand by. Okay, I didn't trip it. Okay, it was the trim. There's where I wanted to be. And enjoy the flight. We've got just under, oh my gosh, it keeps going up and up and up. About 6.5 hours to go. Hopefully we pick up a tailwind here soon. I'm not sure about our fuel. I mentioned that earlier. Yeah, we're doing good. We're on to the North Atlantic track, and we're still bleeding down our 2 and 3 main tanks. Now, when they get to about 36 or so thousand pounds, we'll flip back on the 1 and 4 main pumps and then turn everything into where it basically goes. You know what? I think we've got all the fuel that we can out of that one, and we're going to continue on. So that's the game plan, and then on approach, we'll try to remember, flip the reserve tanks to bring it up. All right, so enjoy the flight. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. Again, if you're new to us on Twitch, hit that follow button. If you're watching us new on the channel at YouTube, hit that subscribe button. And if you're on YouTube and you like us, hey, hit that thumbs up. We always appreciate those. Enjoy the flight as we head for JFK. Yeah, we got a first-time chat from Mick, because not even going to even attempt this because I'll get it all wrong. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the first-time chat, and glad to have you. Mickey from Denmark. All right, gotcha. Thanks, Duluth, for the help there. I was kind of leaning that way, but didn't want to overstep. Appreciate the help. Duluth Fly, one of our moderators Appreciate you, sir. And again, if you're interested in joining Pan Am Virtual, who we are flying for today, the website's there. Great VA, great technology, great group. And I didn't tell you this. Talk with the CEO. If you're interested in military flying, they have a digital combat sim squadron or wing or group that he could get you in contact with, and you could fly over there as well. Now, I don't know how that all works with currency and all here, but gives you, if you like going out, blowing up things or flying over in that world, it's available. Oh, okay. So new at VATSIM. Gotcha. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't do a lot of talking where we're at. That'll come in about 6 hours or so when we start coming into the States. Then things will pick up. Now, if you want to catch us on our YouTube feed when I put that up here at about a couple hours after the flight, you're going to get an earful out of JFK. And thanks to who let me know that I forgot to unmute VATSIM. I'm actually probably pretty good because it was busy. By the way, let's check in. Checking in with Frankfurt. They've gotten things whittled down just a bit. Only 17 waiting to go. Whew. Busy, 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 busy area. Kind of like what it looks like across the North Atlantic right now. Now, for those unfamiliar with crossing the Atlantic, aforementioned person, every waypoint, you're supposed to do a position report when ATC is up. Oh, okay, cool. He passed the VATSIM test. VATSIM has a test. Is he being a controller? We are just waiting for it to propagate so he can listen to them talk and learn the lingo. Cool. Well, I wish we had controllers over the North Atlantic. It gets it can be interesting how the North Atlantic works. But basically, with this aircraft, now some of the like Airbus 321s and 339s, that can all be done on your CPDLCs in the plane. Really? I did not know you had to take a test to be on VATSIM. Why is my dog barking? That was FedEx that just went by. You can't even see him. So, learned something today. All right, stream over. We've learned too much. No, just kidding. We'll continue on the 6 hours. No worries. But basically, over the North Atlantic, every fix you cross, you do a position report, which entails where you are, altitude, speed, fuel, where you'll be next. So in our case, oh boy, I'm not even going to get into that. So like we're about to cross, or did we? Hang on, I'm trying to figure out, did we cross that one already? Nope, we're about to cross. We're in between Sunot and 5820 North. Now, technically, it is read 58 North, 20 West. However, thank you ICAO, the big international consortium who broke it down so it's very easy to put into FMCs for us especially. And so we can, but we still got to refer to it as 58 North 20, or yeah, 58 North 20 West. At, in our case, 34,000, speed 0.85 fuel. That's only, I think now it's only if they request it, because in the real world, they are actually helping to see, are you going to need a divert? And realize there's no radar in the real world out here. So that's why the position reports. Then at the end of that first part, then you would put, next 58 North 30 West. Estimated time, and I can set this to show it, but I can say 45 minutes. Then 58 North 40 West next. They'll replete back and then tell you when to check in again. The tough part is with this. In the real world, it's all done on high frequency. So you've got static just everywhere. And to hear them, because you got to remember, there's no land where you're at right now. So these controllers are either in Gander or in Ireland, Shanwick. Maybe, I don't know how and where they put them. And they're just writing this down. I don't even know if they're putting it on some kind of map. So that's why you do position reports. There is no radar here. The cool thing is we are slowly transitioning to where GPS positioning and such is, by the way, honing things down a lot better to where they can at least see you on something. Kind of like a radar scope, except it's a GPS shot from space. And there's a lot of aircraft out here. And they will tell you when you come in, you got to get your clearance into here. That'll tell you your altitude, all of that. So it's not hard, but it does take a little bit to get used to. A real good source for North Atlantic track flying is the UK VATSIM. They have a really good site dedicated and some programs to help you. So if you're interested in doing a lot of these across the Atlantics, check out the UK VATSIM, because they do have a lot of oceanic information. Hey, Duluth, I just unmuted you to the channel. But yeah, thanks for letting us know, Mickey. I hope you enjoy. Like I said, unfortunately, we're not going to get a lot of VATSIM interaction out here until or if a controller comes up. It does usually towards 2, 3, 4 o'clock, maybe a little earlier when traffic really ramps up over here. But they usually just do that getting ready for cross the pond. So,
How are you doing today, sir?
We're doing great. Love the 6 o'clock call and a 2-hour ground time waiting, trying to get everything going.
I saw that. I was like, oh, he really did do this. Okay.
Yep. And now I understand the 2-5 center would have been a lot better departure. Just a little more work on my part. But I'm glad they helped and worked through with me. So even though we didn't turn on INS tracking until halfway on the way up. So, but that's okay. That's how it kind of is in the real life. But then again, you got somebody in the other seat to help out in the real world. Here, good luck. You're playing the part of 3 as 1. And I have not heard, but I know Aaron, what was the major hurricane on a major headache hurricane over here in the U.S., has made its way across the Atlantic and playing havoc up there too. Last I heard, I think that's what all the rain was that was showing up. Didn't show up on my radar again. I didn't actually look. So now we're just in cruise mode.
I can relate to that.
Oh, we got a follower.
That's Mickey.
Why didn't I hear it?
Well, I know mine's not working either. He followed me and he didn't work either.
Oh, he redeemed 100. Oh, hang on a second. All right, looking here, I see we hit followers of 490, but I don't see where he followed. Let me push.
I don't know if he knows how to follow. Mickey, do me a favor. Hang on a second. He can hear me on your stream, right?
I can hear you, yeah.
No, okay. But Mickey, if you can hear, go hit that little heart button on the bottom of the screen.
I think he did.
I don't know if he did. I don't know, but hit the little heart button on the bottom of the window. That will allow you. That will enable you to follow both me and Mike. There's a little heart button on the bottom of your screen. On the bottom of the screen window, it says follow. Did you follow us or no? You keep hitting the point redeem, but you don't hit the which I don't have registered as a follower.
Yeah. Well, I had a message go by.
Huh.
That I hit a one of the goals.
Right. I think he's hitting. I don't know. I don't understand why, but yeah, he didn't. I don't think he's followed me, but we'll figure it out. One way or another.
I see W.
Yeah, he says W. He says W. Oh my! Yeah, he says following since 1 hour ago. Why is that? That's weird. Okay, that's interesting. It didn't pop up and say he followed me anywhere. That's interesting.
Yeah, I've got alerts on.
I believe you.
Did I have a license? I do have a flight license.
Yeah, there you go. I told him you have a PPL, but I didn't know if it was current or not.
It's not current, but I am able to fly if I need to, but I got to get a medical and I got to fly with an instructor to get recurrent. I just can't afford. I could probably afford the physical only because, you know, it'd be nice to know at 60 how I'm doing. But the plane? Yeah. So, but yeah, I do have a private pilot's license. Oh, my nose. And it's smelling right now. Soon to be running. All right, we're out of the break. So yeah, in case you didn't hear that, Mickey, I do have a private pilot's license, just not current. I need a physical and a flight review with an instructor. I would prefer, personally, since it's been nearly 40 years, since I've flown, to get current again to get up to speed with all the changes and actually probably feel more comfortable in the plane. Actual planes. And get my mind from flying at Mach 0.83, which should be at 0.85. I don't know why we're having a hard time. And slow down to like 100. So, all right. Yeah, I'm not sure why alerts are not working here of late. Let's see if it's one of these. Nope. I gotta remember where is this the link? There it is. Let me double check. Huh. There's no way to see it. All right, what's going on in Stream Elements then?
I don't know. I might have to. I looked at my stream elements isn't registering his follow, but it shows he followed. I look on Twitch. It says he followed 1 hour ago, so I'll take that as he followed me.
Yeah, like I said, it set off the activity that goal was met.
Yeah.
I didn't even look to see. Yes, it's a bot, but it's not. So is Streamlabs. Both of them are down under. Oh,
Yeah.
I see what they're doing. Okay.
Yeah, they're putting all the bots and moderators in different sections now.
Okay. Why would there be two Streamlabs? Well, let's.
Because yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. I looked at that too, and I'm like, why did you have to change something that wasn't broken? No. But yeah.
Maybe that's my cause. Oh well.
What I did, you know what I did, Mike, is I just logged out of the Stream Elements and logged back in. See if that works.
Log out.
I just reset the bot. Let's see. I'm looking through my.
Log in. Twitch.
Huh. Interesting. Huh.
Well, I just did such.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why Streamlabs for me is twice. I wonder. Let me check. I think I know why Streamlabs is twice, because I have it heist minigame. All right, I'll leave it for now, but I'm going to have to look into that. Okay, interesting stuff. See if I have other alerts maybe turned off. Nope. I'll check there real quick. Sound alerts.
There, alerts is one of the top things. So if someone follows me, it should go off. And it's not muted. Unless I need to... I don't know, I'll figure it out. You don't have the brain capacity to figure it out right now. We're getting close, Mickey. If you need to go, Mickey, you're welcome to go. I'm not gonna hold you. You don't have to hang out if you don't want to. But we're getting close to we're getting close to the top of the ascent. But if you need to go, Mickey, you can go ahead and go. Oh, you're just curious? Okay, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, everything seems to be set up right. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of sit here, relax, just like you all are. We've got, oh, what's it saying? About 5 hours and 50 or so minutes till we're in the area of JFK. Got a ways to go.
50 minutes, that's it? Less than an hour?
No. Oh, 5 hours, 50 minutes.
Oh, 5 hours. Like, wow, you went go. Okay. I stand corrected, sir.
Fuel still good. By the way, a couple days ago, we had a nice treat here in St. Louis. Well, we will over the weekend. A B-29 overflew from World War II airplane. Either Doc or Fifi. I don't know which one's planned at the air show the other side of town, and I don't attend because it is just too much traffic. All right, why are we not able? Are we hitting that big of a wind?
Am I from the UK? No, I'm not from the UK. We're from the United States, Mickey. I'm in the United States. Yeah.
All right, there we're up to 8.5 now. There we go. Scooting along. And we'll have an announcement here in about, give it about 15, 20 minutes of stream-related information. Just got to cross, wait a minute, did I do the math right?
What?
Oh, let me get on my laptop to verify that I got the right data going. Actually, oh, bummer. Okay. Let me make sure. Ooh, pretty picture. All right, mail call. Yeah, it definitely is following. I don't know why it's not working. Okay, where were you? Oh, I think I gotta wait another day. Got an email about September. Now I can't find it. What? Well, dang it. Now I can't find it.
September, basically, there's like a percentage off of like so many subs.
Yeah, but the date it was starting, I thought was today.
No, okay.
But it might have been the 30th.
I think it was the 30th.
Yep, must have been. Oh, well. Well, I'm good. I kept it in check. Ugh. Actually, I also thought 3.0 might come out this weekend. Be a good time to shock us. 3-day weekend. But that wouldn't be fair to me. I'm flying. All right. Well, folks, we got about 5 hours, 15 minutes to go. I'm going to kind of sit back and let you all relax and get ready for your Friday nights. So those in the States, it's Labor Day weekend. Whether that extends across the pond or not, I don't know. But we are approaching the halfway mark across the pond, which is 50, what are we coming up on? 58:30. 30 degrees west latitude is usually about what I call the halfway point when you're crossing the pond. So now it doesn't necessarily mean halfway to your destination. In this case, it probably is pretty close. But if you're going on to Chicago, down to Miami, oh no, you got a long ways to go after that. However, we're going to dump off in JFK, so ought to be a good time. So I'm just going to kind of kick back. I'll still be here. Enjoy the flight. Let me give you a better scene to look at, sort of. And who knows? We'll be there before you know it. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Clipper 7-3.
Mickey over here saying hello, you.
Oh, now I know why the dog was barking. Yeah, we'll see what... Oh, my wife's not here. Okay. I was right. It is today. Got another hour to go. All right, I fixed that one thing. Basically, when you came to the channel, you would always see me in negative numbers for subs if you didn't dig in deeper. I got that fixed. Now, the other problem. Ah, Mickey with the Pan Am emote. Great airline. There is a reboot out there, so see how they go. When I first started working 24 years ago out at the airport nearby here, Pan Am, another reiteration reboot, was flying just 727s and 911, like many startups that were pretty well gobbled by it. Just couldn't operate. But it was neat to see them. Would have loved to have seen the original Pan Am, but unfortunately I just don't remember them. But like I said, I'm more of a TWA fan, but the CEO said, hey, flying with Mike, why don't you head up the Pan Am side? I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm from TWA country, not Pan Am. And if you don't know, TWA was based where I live here in St. Louis. So, yeah. And the two actually were mortal enemies, battling all the time. Howard Hughes and Wantrip. But TWA made it to the turn of the century and into the early 2000s. Albeit, 1 year, Pan Am didn't even get close. They got 1990-92. They unfortunately went out of business. TWA would go out of business at the hands of American Airlines. Who would eventually go into the hands of America West / US Airways. There's a lot of misinformation out there. They need to really look before posting them. US Airways did not buy out America West. US Airways was like TWA, battling bankruptcy, and this little upstart America West from the 80s bought them out. Kept the name. Oh, what a firestorm that was. Let's take a look here at fuel. Right about 10,000 more pounds. I want to be getting really particular with that. Okay, 100. Oh, we just passed 5820. Oh, quite a ways. Okay. All right, looking over the activity, like I said, we do have our sub goal started. In 1 hour, we'll launch the September automatic messaging, and that way you can sub at a reduced price, 25% off, gift subbing as well, and tiers out. We'll get to that in about an hour or so, but it's due to launch here real soon. All right, well, welcome aboard Clipper 73. Enjoy the flight. We got about 5 hours over to JFK. Hopefully we'll be able to stay online in JFK. I always have frame rate issues into there, and we'll see. We used to have them into Frankfurt as well. So far, we have actually been in and out of Frankfurt several times with no troubles. As with Heathrow, I'm trying to think. I don't think we had troubles with this plane last time. So hopefully either X-Plane, Felis, or my system somehow shaped itself better to handle the frame rate hit at those big airports. Enjoy the ride. And real quick, if those engine noises are too loud, after I stop laughing, I'll turn them down. I get a lot of comments in YouTube. Turn those engine sounds up. They're too loud. I'll be laughing. Let me know, though. We'll get them turned down. Friendly player, the sale for September, standby. Let me maybe have to do some math. Ooh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Let's see, I think it's what, $7.99 now. So if I have gauged it right, I believe the price tag will be about $6.90, somewhere in that ballpark. Once the September starts in about a half hour. Oh, that sale. I didn't know there was a sale. That sale is different. Stand by. I didn't even know there was a sale at X-Plane, but then I should always figure the portal always has sales. Okay. Well, that alert worked. Huh. Well, thanks, Duluth, for the raid. We sure appreciate you. Welcome to Flying with Mike. Hey, for those not totally familiar with the stream, I am been in aviation for quite some time. Particular flight sim since about 99, 2000 time frame. So give me about 25, 26 years. I've had a couple of VAs. I've been on VATSIM most of that time. I am on the VATSIM now. Awesome, Mickey. Awesome. And been streaming for just about 5 years now. So welcome aboard. Glad to have you. We're in the 747-200 Classic from Felis. What a plane they've made, and I highly recommend it. If you're curious on how to get your grubby paws on it, learn it, and fly it, there's how you get it. Check them out at Discord. They'll really, when you run into a problem, they can really help you through it. I've got one I've got to work through with them here soon. But Mickey just became an observer on VATSIM. Nice job. When is Labor Day? Monday here in the States, but this is the weekend for it. As they like to say, the unofficial start to fall here in the U.S. So, but welcome in, Raiders. I hope you enjoy, and if you're new, hit that follow button. Love to see you and talk with you. By the way, new folks over on our YouTube channel, if you want to catch us live, Mondays and Fridays are the best days to catch us, and we start usually around 1600 Zulu. For my time zone in the U.S., that's 11 a.m. What it is where you're at, unfortunately, could do the math once I figure it out. Freddie, friendly player. Yes, that's what I mean. Oh, okay. So, yeah, Monday. And I have no idea what the work store has in store for us. I don't even think I've gotten an email on anything. So, you're right. They probably will. Usually the X-Plane stores have sales. So hopefully in 4 days you can learn to talk with them. Cool. Look forward to seeing you up as a controller where you're at there. So, Mickey. All right. So we are just about, for those just coming in. Oh, let's see just how far out we are. Hang on. About 200 miles to 5840, and we'll make a nice sweeping left-hand turn to start heading down to the States. So we are currently about 3 hours and 50 minutes out of JFK. And again, this is an amazing race leg we're flying. Now, this part could be fabricated. I don't really know how their final leg they went from Porto, their flight went from Porto to Frankfurt, and then how that they went direct Miami or through another, couple of airports, who knows. But what we do is we try to retrace the TV show, The Amazing Race, each year. And basically, it gives me ideas for places to go. And some of them are pretty cool, places I would never think of. So I thank the developers for that. We are no way affiliated with them. I have no idea what kicks off next month with them. So, but we are looking forward to it. It's a great show. Several teams race around the world on CBS. You can also catch it on Paramount Plus, I believe, maybe even Hulu, and past episodes, by the way. And each of the destinations they stop at expect several challenges before they move on to the next spot, and so forth. And usually they involve flying or several different types of transportation. One year, I'll give you a great one they did. Boy, this would definitely challenge some people's minds. They gave the participants a flag, image of a flag. That's where you're supposed to go. Now, most of us would say that's pretty easy. There are several countries whose flags look pretty similar. Now, think about that. Say you chose the wrong country. Now we have an issue with customs. So, anyway. But yeah, we are retracing the final leg. Oh, they're back. Oh.
They're in a dryer with like you can see the thing spinning and he
Sorry about that. The wife and dog just got back. Dog had to get the nails trimmed. So, but anyway, that's where the impetus for this flight comes from. What airline they took, I have no idea. That's all proprietary with them, and we're not into that. We're just kind of out one, hey, letting you know about a great TV show, especially if you like travel, kind of live, because most of us will never get to see the world. But these participants will, in a way. So yeah, that's what we're up to here, and thank you for joining us. Also, we're flying for Pan Am Virtual, as you see there in the upper left corner. It's a great VA. It is based off Pan Am. However, not many of the aircraft, because not many of the aircraft are really available. They are in Microsoft, unfortunately, but not many of them in X-Plane. Now, the 707, yes, the 720 can be substituted. Problem is, it doesn't have the range the 707 had. But it can be substituted. But the 747, we have a 1985 schedule. The only thing I haven't finished is the Far East and Australia. I got to put in a lot of airports because the system just doesn't have them. There is another one, I believe 1961 or 65. That's pretty much 707. And if any of the props come up, and I don't know if we have DC-6s or not, but anyway, it's available. Plus, we have a TWA side. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're not even going to go down that road. But yeah, we do have a TWA, but it's a more modern, and I'm going to say more fictional version of what TWA envisioned like today. So where the TWA of old had DC-9s, MD-80s, L10-11s, 747-200s. Nope. We have the 767, possibly, I think we might have, I'd have to look before I say it, so I'm not going to. 767s, 737-800s, 747-400s, and unfortunately, you would have to fly the 400 variant. So, but anyway, it's a great VA. I hope you, if you like what you're seeing with me and the airline, very simple to use technology here, from booking your flight to using the Pegasus ACARS client. Very simple to use. The only challenge is remember to start it. I fall victim to that all the time. But once you get it going, it's a piece of cake. So I hope you give us a try, and thanks for coming in. Sorry for that long-winded intro to Flying with Mike Raiders, but I'm glad to have you aboard. And we stand... Let me check my INS. About 150 miles from when we start turning south to come into North America. Welcome aboard. Now, what I need to get a hold of with this plane with Felis is, why am I having so much troubles updating via VOR? I don't know why all of a sudden. I don't know if I think I've taken all of the updates. Let me see. Real quick, if there's... I wonder if I got to go real. I don't see it there. I know one of these actually tells you. Which one? Okay, I lied. I thought it did. But I believe I have the latest, greatest Felis. All right, let me check my fuel. Okay, we're getting pretty close. All right, we're going to let the number 2 tank burn down a little bit. Because I'm where I want to be to get the tanks going, but we're kind of out of whack here. I know there was a way to tell. And it might very well be when I fire up. While that's coming down, okay. Where else could it be? Get ready for that. Well, dang it. I thought it was options where I would see it. Oh well, that's okay. All right, how we do? Oh, yeah, we're there. Oh, no, we're not. We still got 1,000 to go. Let it keep going. If I'm going to work this hard, let's get it as close as we can. So, but I do hope y'all are having a great Labor Day weekend, and hope you enjoy all the, your family time and all, and other celebrations you may have. Keep it safe. Love to see you on the next flight, which right now is scheduled for Sunday, but could, depending on what's going on with the family, push to Monday. All right, we're now 38, so we'll let it come down a little bit more. And go from there. All right, we're getting real close. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead, bring our outer tanks on. The goal is you want to try to keep those lower than your inner. Imagine the fuel spread out over the wing. You want where the beefiest part of the wing is where it meets the fuselage. That's where you want your weight. Kind of a way to look at it. And then, like I said, when we start our descent, we'll then initiate the reserve tanks and put those just shy of 4,000 pounds into there. That's why we do it this far out. So that way the two in the middle get the most fuel. And there we go. All right, and today's alternate is still Philadelphia. It's about 200 miles south of the city, maybe less. But a day like this, hopefully we don't have to utilize it. All right, but I am. Let me start looking ahead. Let's see. Is there anything nearby? One. Very far out. And I will be right back. All right, we are just about 3 hours and 20 minutes out of JFK, and we are progressing quite nicely. The weather, let's see how that looks. We'll put that in the chat box for you as well. All right, we are looking at just do something here real quick. Whoa, wasn't expecting that. Oh, there we are starting to catch an airplane. All right, we'll get into that in a minute. Okay, currently 220 at 10 miles and scattered at 4,000, broken at 10,000. So not a bad day into JFK at all. And New York Center has come up. Yeah, we're catching up to a plane here. Hang on a second. All right, where's our traffic going? Is he going to be a factor or not? May, well, till at least the end of the track. It's an A321, so it's gonna be an easy one to overtake, and that's why I've got to be mindful. All right, we're gonna back her down to 8.3-ish. See how that does. Double S Loco 10 following us. Thank you. Now we're getting the updates. I don't know what I did different other than the recycle. Maybe that's all I needed. But Double S Loco, welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. We sure appreciate you. Now we are getting too close. All right, so we are slowing this beastie down. Well, welcome in, first time chat from Double S Loco. Glad to have you. We're trying to figure out how to keep from overtaking the Shamrock ahead of us without having to descend. Because until we come off at Janjo, we're going to be actually, yeah, we'll be on him quite a bit. Maybe at Janjo we'll split away, but I really hope this isn't a case where somebody's not paying attention to their speeds. Get this a lot out of 737s. All right, looks like he might be pulling away. That's good. Reason being, you can't see the call sign anymore. Okay. Oh, wait. Hopefully we got enough separation now. Okay, I think we can safely set at right here. I'm half tempted to put it on indicated speed. I really am. Okay. Okay, I think we've averted problems down the line. And let's see. Cool thing is we're getting close to Canada, which means we would be close to where we would be able to update. Let's take a look. Still way out there. All right, well, we'll be within range here soon. So actually, I think we're closing in on him. Gosh darn it. Yeah, we're going to go to indicated. Didn't take much for us to catch him. All right, let's see where we are. Okay, so we're not far from 5650. Okay, yeah, we've switched to indicated speed. I am going to go ahead and start, since we're still a good 3 hours, 20 minutes out. Taking a look at this arrival. I think we're getting closer on him. Doggone it. I hate to have to sacrifice speed for someone else. Oh, well. All right, let's take a look at it. All right, we're coming in Kingston to door. Wait a minute, is he climbing? He's climbing. And he just made a turn. All right, well, I'm not going to worry about it. Let me get back to here what we're doing. I'm out of that conversation. Okay, so Kingston. The cool thing is, yeah, 19,000. The reason being is they're going to, oh, how do they do this? Oh, they route you down south of the airport and then loop you back in for 22 left. So, yeah, and the cool thing about Lindy is 250, 19,000 feet. Wow. I'm not going to respond anymore. He's one not going to give up. Because if I respond, I'll get in trouble. All right, so 22, 19. But with center up, that could all change. So, all right. So let's choose an approach right now. First off, there is no VATSIM up. Real world says. No, I don't want to do the 1-3s. We'll go for 2-2 left. All right, so you can all see what I'm going through. So basically what I'm talking about, Lindy at 19,000 feet, a lot of people don't do that. Why? Because they think they got to be down so much lower to go direct and then onto it. The actual approach comes off the south end of JFK and then, like I said, loops around. I really don't want to do 1-3 left. Not because of taxi times. I just don't want to play on the Canarsie. What, Mickey, what I would recommend, set up in an airplane, pick an airport with a controller, and just kind of listen to how they do it back and forth. And then work up to where you join in. Now, I know you're, what airport? You say you're over in Europe? Let me take a look at a good one for you. Are you planning to control or just fly? Are you going to be a controller like tower, ground, approach, center? Of course, those take time to get to the ladder. Or do you plan to be a pilot? I don't see why you couldn't. What I would recommend, which one's that one? Rotterdam, EHRD, Brussels, and just kind of sit on the frequencies you see there, because they both have deliveries and tower, well, some sort of a delivery to give you an idea how to get your IFR clearance. You're starting with ATC, either of the two, and if you are, you should be talking with a trainer within that, I believe is how it works. And then they'll build you up. Like join, what is Amsterdam? I don't know. Netherlands? I don't know what the Netherlands go by. Brussels, you would join their air traffic control network. I believe that, oh, the trainers should be free. And basically what they're going to do is walk you through what you need to know as a controller for the lower levels till you work your way up. Now, if you're going to be a pilot, like I said, join one of the ARTCs that you want, that you like. If you just want to be a pilot, just pick an airport. Like I said, today, Rotterdam, Brussels, and just listen and see how they interact. One good source. Whoops. I forgot that would cause that. Hang on. I thought I could put VAT Europe and forgot that'll bring in taxation over there. Here we go. First off, figure out where you want to fly or where you want to control. If you gonna just fly Cessnas locally, you know, wherever you want to fly, just kind of sit on the ground. And let me get you another website. There it is. Yeah, I know the map is up, folks. This will help you find where controllers are. And then you just come online, sit there in a plane, turn your VATSIM channel to wherever you're at, and listen to the pilots talking. So, all right, so we come down over, yeah. I really wish they would come up with an ATIS over here. Oh, this doesn't even show anything. There is nobody. So right now it's my call. Okay, cool. We're going to plan 2-2. However, we're going to plan to fly it, I think, VOR to VOR. Because it's just until we got to get. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take this down because it's taking me too long to figure things out. Oh, I hate this when I can't. Oh, there is no. All right, we'll kind of see what's planned up here. Very difficult. Oh, JFK. It's not JFK's fault. It's a lot of airports. And they keep you up for a reason. Oh, boy. wonder if they're trying to tell me. All right, we'll play this out by ear as we get it. Sorry, I've been trying to figure out our approach. We're still 3 hours out, but basically how to try for ATC. Like I said, since you're in Europe, I would check in with VATSIM Europe. Pick area of Europe you'd like to control in, and they'll take it from there. If you just want to fly, I mean, you can fly wherever you want, and you don't have to pick anything. So I've never become a controller. I don't really have a desire for that. So I would start with VATSIM Europe, and then they might push you to where you want to go to that area of control in Europe. Like if you're in Denmark, maybe northern Germany or however they do it. So I don't even know if Denmark actually has a VATSIM. So, but that's how you would start the process. Like I said, I just don't have a desire to control. Got a lot of hours, thousands and thousands of hours flying. Never a desire to control. All right, let me see kind of, even though it doesn't matter, what do we have nearby? Scan none. Okay, so we're still a good distance away, I take it. About 360 miles to Janjo. All right, let's take a look here. All right, so Montreal looks pretty quiet right now on the front coming into the U.S. Curiosity is now starting to, I wonder if we're going to have a sunset arrival. I don't want to be a burden on anyone behind me, so let me keep my speed up. Okay. All right, we're at 0.84. That's good. All right, perfect. And just to check the fuel, looks good. No diverts to Philadelphia. Have for fuel or any of the other airports. All right, next up, if all schedules out right, Sunday will be a flight from JFK to Miami. If not, it'll be Monday. So just to give you an idea what's coming, we do have plans for Monday, even if the flight does fly on Sunday. So we'll have them posted here shortly. Just trying to make sure we get into JFK like we should. Okay, everything's looking good. Okay, we're crossing 5850 at flight level 340, speed of 0.84. Next is Janjo, approximately 30 minutes. Then Anati, A-N-A-T-I. All right, for the 22s, we need a minimum of 200. Okay. We're ready to go. Let's take a look again. Nice. All right, because what I think I'll do is go ahead, because now's a good time to program this, to the garbage can or Lindy. We'll try and see. Right now, I'm still going to plan going back to conventional navigation at, what is it called? Kingston? Kingston VOR. Descent. That's something we need to figure out too. Currently 22,000. So that'll be 14 times 3, 42 minus 20. So roughly 30 miles from Kingston. Still nothing. Thought for sure we'd have a VOR pretty close. All right, let me check one other source. Oh, wrong side of the world. Hang on. Let's see. Oh, dang. I stand corrected. 12.7 Gander is going to be the closest. And pretty close. Yeah, 12.7. That'll be the closest we'll come to a VOR. If I'm reading my map right. Oh, no, I'm not. That won't even be close. However, 13.7 might be. All right, I don't know if we're gonna. All right, is what I thought. Oh well, that's what I get for thinking. But they'll start coming into as we get in here. All right. Enjoy. We got about another 2.5-ish hours to go. And we'll be in JFK then. All right. 17.3 would be the closest. Okay. All right, I think I got a good track on one as soon as we get closer. Currently, we are too far out. It's basically what is that? CY. It's Goose Bay Airport. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. What have we got here? Did I read it wrong? Oh boy. I got two separate frequencies. All right, well, we'll find out which is correct here shortly, as we are 185 miles out. Yeah, we're picking a signal up, but we're way too far out, I think, for the DME. But we should be getting it here soon. Anyway, it's Goose Bay, and we'll see. So, hey, I'm glad you all stuck around with us. We are, what are we, 7 hours into this, and we still have about 2.5 to go. So, thank you for sticking around. We have been airborne, out of the gate. And I'll explain here in a minute why we go that route. 5 hours, 17 minutes ago. About 5 hours ago, we departed, took off 1-8 out of Frankfurt. So it's living up to its long haul capability. Although for some of us, this isn't some of the longer flights. I have actually flown much longer. And I may still. For instance, San Francisco to Tokyo. So may not be able to do it on VATSIM, or I'm sorry, correction, on YouTube, just because of the length of flight. But we'll kind of play it out by ear and see how that one goes. It depends what my CEO is wanting. But I know my game plan is Sunday or Monday, we're going to go from JFK to Miami. That'll wrap up our amazing race journey we've been doing. And then we'll begin planning to San Francisco, which is a Pan Am virtual focus city, and take care of that. Which will be another nice little haul across the country with the plane. So, there you have it. And now we stand 2.5 hours out, and no information to go on yet. We'll get it eventually, don't worry. They don't stay quiet that long. Approach or tower or one of them will be online here shortly. Cruising away at a 0.84.5. We'll be back in a minute. I get that. Believe me, on VATSIM, there was a huge, and this is what's hilarious. Wait a minute. Oh, there it goes. Making sure I didn't miss anything from you. Okay. Oh gosh, I forget, 5-6 years ago, we transferred over to voice for about everything. And now with CPDLC, don't even get me trying to figure it out what it stands for. But anyway, it allows air crews in the real world to basically send messages over their ACARS systems to the controllers so they don't have to talk to them. That basically makes it a lot easier. And that's a big thing for the North Atlantic tracks. Because like I said earlier, for those that weren't here, the complete from pretty much just before Canada to just before Ireland, you're in complete, they can't see you on a scope. Now the GPS is helping in that department a little bit, but for the most part, that's why position reports are made. However, with CPDLC and your ACARS, you can send it by just pushing buttons and it puts the information to them, and then whatever they do, they do. So the big battle may start again. But in the US, I have found, now I don't know if it's a VATSIM thing or real world thing, that system hasn't really been put into effect here. Europe, it is big time. A lot of people use it. So, but yeah, get talking makes things a whole lot easier. But with controllers, though, they have a lot of canned starts and stuff. You just put the information in, so it really helps them out. All right, if you were with us when we had the radio only option, we are beginning to get into range of VORs, which means now the updating would be starting to get that drift that our inertial nav system inherently gets, and bringing us back on, bringing it back on track with the course we're flying. And what is it? Wait, what is it? I'm not certain what you're asking. CPDLC and ACARS? I knew someone would want to know. CPDLC. Controller Pilot Data Link. Basically, there's now abilities with many of the modern avionics that you are data linked to the controller. So you can actually send messages via it. And they're canned, basically. So the old battle on VATSIM to get to voice may go away. Who knows? It's still a long way away. It's not completely gone in the real world, but it makes things a lot simpler. My biggest thing is just sit, grab a plane, get on VATSIM as an observer, or take tail number off your plane and just sit at a GA ramp and listen to them. Listen how they get it, I know I gave you Brussels, Rotterdam. I know Amsterdam's up. Sit at London or Frankfurt and just listen. But try to be out of the way so they don't get all mean with you and all. And just listen to them. And you'll pick up that cadence what I call it, a cadence of November such and such, request clearance to wherever, tower or controller comes back with the clearance, you read it back, so forth. And then how to get a taxi clearance and a takeoff clearance and passing through airspaces. That's the best way to learn. And that way you'll know what to expect and what to respond with. Then after that, start the engine and give it a try. As a controller, you would have to go through whatever part of that interests you. I mean, there are European controllers that control over Europeans who control over here in the U.S. They also control down in Hong Kong, for instance, Australia. So you don't have to stay in your territory. You can venture whatever you imagine. But you have to talk with them so they can get you going with how to control whatever you're going to control. And I know they start them either in delivery or ground, and then you build upon that with your different certifications. But wherever you want to control, just reach out to, if it's USA, US, VAT USA. Australia, wherever you would like to be a part of. And then you can talk with them and they can work you up as a controller. Or if you want to fly, just come on, listen, and then take that leap of faith and give it a try. Most of them will not get on your case. They'll help you out too. And everyone out there, if you didn't hear me earlier when we were trying to get out of Frankfurt, if you don't know, ask. It's better to ask and they tell you what to do than it is to do it and them tell you you ain't allowed to do that. And then they could be a little forceful. We ran into an issue. He said, call me back. Delivery. And that's not normally a channel you get a pushback on. He clears you for startup, but then ground will push you back, tell you to push back facing whichever direction you want, or wherever they need you. So if you're curious about positions, clearance delivery is where you get your clearance from if you're flying IFR. Or if you're flying VFR and you're in areas of a controller at the right altitudes. Ground, taxi, that's where your taxi stuff happens. Tower is takeoff landing. Approach and departure take you from tower or to tower, up to center or to tower for landing. And then center controls an area around wherever. So that gives you an idea. And some places, I have only seen it once, actually will bring up a ramp channel. Usually that channel is a delivery channel, but I have seen it one time where a ramp, where say TWA's coming into St. Louis, you would then go to your ramp for your parking gate. Yeah, you can ask ATC. Find one that's not overloaded. But yeah, they can help you out a lot if you're flying. And talk to them. They can help you on how to be a controller wherever you want to be. Not being a controller myself makes it tough to tell you how to be one. I know some controllers, but I've never asked how to be one because I really don't want to be one. Yep, they sure can. Again, start off at, if you're going to fly, start off at an airport that's not overloaded with traffic. With ATC though, and they're more able to help you if they don't have a lot of traffic. If they have a lot of traffic, they'll probably tell you they can't. Do I have any airports? I mean, that VATSIM radar is the best to find. If you're over in Europe, I mean, if you could pick, like, trying to find somebody on the ground. They're busy there. That was one of my choices. It just basically find some that doesn't have a lot of air traffic, but yet, well, looks like LEST would work. It's just hard. Now, the U.S. is just waking up, so they could help you out a little. But in France, I can tell you there's a lot of rain. The closest thing in France, you know, I'll give you one. Here, I'm working on it for you right now. Luxembourg. ELLX. What is that one? Right, I'm gonna have to switch to VATSIM radar because I don't know that one. And yeah, we're just now in over Canada. Oh wait, I gotta turn some off. Oh, I had it off. It's one of those days. Who are you? Oh, Han. EDFH would be another one. All right, let me get back to my flight here so I don't run into troubles. Okay, we are over the eastern portions of Canada. We are 97 miles from Goose Bay. Let's see what's coming in now. Look at that. YYVR. That's what we're on right now. All of these could be used to help get that drift nailed down even better. Where is some of these? I don't even know. Why? That sounds so doggone familiar. Oh, that's why. Okay. Well, we could try it. That is not YAY. So you can kind of see now how that helps finding these nearby DMEs. Like I said, some of these we're still too far away from. But we would begin to update and get in closer. I am going to start in on 22 left and start getting my performance information. Runway is 22 left, 8,400 feet. Okay. 22 dry. Weather. Temperature currently 25 degrees. And altimeter 2994, wind 210. It is breezy there. Holy mackerel, that'll be fun. All right, we are definitely not using minimum brakes. And for now, we'll set medium. That'll leave us 2,500 foot, 1,500 feet of runway. Set speed bugs, 30 load sheet. Sorry. So we'll set speed brakes and go with this data. Okay. Currently, we'll go ahead and get the auto brake set up to medium. Okay, we got 500 miles to Ananti. All right. All right, let me check the ATIS. That'll let me know if I have any controllers. Still none. As of 42 minutes ago, we are still RNAV Zulu 13 left, RNAV X-ray 322 left. Okay. $4,000 broken now with CBs, 8,000. Oh boy, we have weather coming in. Oh, we might. Okay. Well, we'll deal with it if we have to. Okay. Why is weather not showing up now? What did I turn off? Don't know what I shut off. I know I did one day so I could see traffic. Oh, I hate when I do that. I turned it off and now I can't remember what I did. Oh well. We'll live. Clipper 73 coming through Newfoundland. ETA just a little over 2 hours to JFK, which accounts for our 2-hour ground delay at Frankfurt. Partially me, partially them. Basically, I wanted 1.8, not realizing SimBrief again hung us out to dry. That 2.5 center is now more preferred than 1.8 at Frankfurt. That, or they were being super nice to give me a super short taxi. However, I had programmed the LTN to 1.8 left, a different, and with Frankfurt, each runway has different departures. So it's not an overarching, it's each runway has its own departure. And so, yeah, it kind of becomes a big deal, but I could have gone off 2.5. It took me forever, though, to find that chart, but I found it. And then misread it thinking it was for 7s. I was wrong. But I'm going to tell you right now, and if any of you guys from Frankfurt who controlled Clipper 73 earlier, great job. Great job with the requests, and thank you so much for putting up with my my stuff. Was a good job out of there. I don't even want to know what it was like with 40 aircraft there. Holy mackerel. Yeah, at one point on this flight, there were 40 people waiting for departure, be it near the runways, be it at the gates. And I'm going to tell you, they do a really good job most of the time for me. I've rarely run into problems. The problems usually are on my side, not their side. So, whereas over here in the States, I can't say the same. Many of them, it's on them, not me. So, but anyway, hey, we had fun. It was a good departure out of there. Even though we really couldn't RNAV it out like we were supposed to. Personally think the heavies would have gone the longer way, but hey, they're getting me out of the way quicker, on the route quicker. That's fine. So that works for me. Again, great job. All right, I need a second VOR. Where are we? Doubt that one. Let's see if we got, will that one come into play? YNA sure will. 13.6. Barely, but it will. All right. That's the tough part. We're just getting in. The further in we'll get more VORs. But right out here, they're slim picking. And they're slim picking for living too. So we'll start picking up more VORs. Here's one, YZV. I think we saw that over here. So you can see, this will give you an idea. Now, if they're within about 160 miles or so, they're pretty decent for picking up and getting you on track. One of the videos, and I'll put them up again. I don't know if I put them up. Let me put them up here. Here are the videos. The big difference between them is the quick start guide. That's about a 45 minute long video. The complete guide is about a 2.5 hour, 3 hour video. And they're both short flights, but they really show you what you can do. So just so you know what's out there. We're looking good on fuel. So check those guides out. They'll help you a lot in, you know what? I need to do that here. cool. Hopefully that will help you out immensely. All right, speaking of which, we talked about it. We've shown what we believe our approach will be. We're just kind of waiting till we get within about an hour and a half of the airport, and then we'll put in some fixes to get us onto the ILS. Remember, Lindy is at 19,000 feet. No matter what you think, it's 19,250. And really should follow that without controllers, because the approach is set up to go so you're not down too low over the city. Which I know most don't care in the flight sim world, but if you're out to get realist, that's what you got to do. And it's not tough. It's a fun approach, actually. Now, the 1-3 left RNAV that they recommend to do, I've done it. It's tough. It's fun, but it's tough. Think of it like Washington Reagan on the river, except you're coming in at a tighter angle, where you just turn about 10 degrees or so off the river. You're going to turn significantly for the runway. And in real world, there are lead-in lights to help you, because if you're in the weather, you got to have them to be able to land. Okay, and all right, we are just under 2 hours. Granted, there'll probably be some wiggle room on that to JFK. So enjoy, and we're getting there, folks. It's a far cry closer than what it was at 8 o'clock in the morning when the wheels, well, when we push back. So and again, those just now seeing the interior for the first time, what a great job they've done at Felis, and basically X-Plane. I have yet, except one airplane, run into where I don't have a cabin. And that aircraft is the 727 from FJS. Now, you can download and put something in it, but I'm talking right out of the box. You pay whatever dollar amount for the aircraft, and you get in just about every one of them. Like I said, that's the only one. You get an interior, and a pretty good one at that. I mean, that's a pretty good cattle section, otherwise known as coach. Oh, excuse me. Nice clouds as we cruise across Canada, Newfoundland to be exact. All right, let's see what's happening up here. All right, everyone's broke away. So, yeah. Oh boy, what are you barking at now? I know, I don't know, the dog says. And by the way, this timer right here is about how long, well, it's as long as the sim started. So it started not much after, or not much before when the stream itself started. So we're talking 8 minutes, 10 minutes. Yeah. Fuel's looking good. And we're just cruising. Right at about 8.5, which is what we're supposed to be doing. Yeah, we're pretty well. As one person put it earlier on VATSIM, you need to monitor your speed better. Not going to go down that road with them. So they don't know what I was doing coming into it. I mean, at one point we were at 0.74. What he was trying to do was get me in trouble. Oh, you're not in your cockpit, so you're in trouble. Wrong. Been in it the whole time. For the most part, just a couple minutes here and there out. So, like I said, there's a lot I could have said to that guy, but I did not. I chose keep on trucking. All right, we're about equal distance from both. Let's see where that kind of lines me up at. All right. Let me see. Come back over here to INS. .5. Okay. Oh boy. All right, well, we've got, like I said, about an hour and 50 minutes, an hour and 50 minutes to JFK. We are currently, speed is what we're using. We're finding that more reliable than the Mach. So, which is fine. As long as we're in that ballpark, we can set it. All right, and we'll be back shortly. We'll be sitting here just kind of working up a couple things. By the way, mentioned that Sunday we were going to fly to Miami from New York. That is going to be pushed to Monday. So just wanted to let you all know ahead of time. I'm going to be updating Twitch here and eventually our Discord as well. Matter of fact, I'm doing that right now, so I'll be back shortly. Any questions, comments? Hey. All right, we're back with you. We weren't able to get some. Well, yeah, we can. Hang on. Just not that one. Okay. Well, actually, yeah, we can. Actually, we can. Hang on. I'm updating the Twitch schedule as we speak. All right, so we're putting in the fixes for the Kingston arrival. Real quick, here we go. Still no ATIS, still no controllers, New York City. So basically we're going from Kingston. Okay, that was already there. We then click enter and then we can add more. Okay. Now realize right now it is not going to our other two CDUs, control data units. Okay, then we're going to fly the Lolly door, as you see there, fix 30. 31 is Lindy. Now, here's where the trick comes in. We're supposed to expect vectors after LaGuardia. Here's our approach. It's an RNAV. Now, if we take vectors, we got to come down from 19,000 feet and get ourselves down to 8,000, which isn't hard, by the way. None of these are difficult to sense. 14 down to 10,000 in this section, 8,000, 7, 6, 4, and then from Leifer over to Rosley, 3. Hang on, I really hate my graphic card sometimes. And that'll put us on the ILS. So the problem is it starts at Sybil. All right, we're going to go to LaGuardia. L, G, A, enter. Hair. Enter. Seagull. Up to taper. We're just going to go ahead and put it in. And Detki. GY. I don't know. Up to Haupt. HAU. Where's P and T? Over to Leifer. Leifer. I'm going to go ahead and get it set to Rosley. R O S L Y. Okay, leave JFK at the end. That way it knows. Now, what we're going to be doing is, first off, we're going to fly Kingston, Lowly, door, Lindy. By the way, the only other drawback to LTN, no vertical navigation capabilities. So the RNIP side of the house, you pretty much don't get, but you get the RNAV side of the house. You can actually fly approaches like we're doing because you can put in the fixes, unless you know the coordinates. If you know the coordinates, you can maybe fly it. Okay, so you got to handle getting it down to 19, down to 22, and the speed portion. Okay. Now, what we just entered, like I said earlier, is not on this one or the flight engineer below us. So to do that, what we have to do is, let me get my checklist. Copy our flight plan to the other CDUs. To do that, you click Remote. We're the master here because this is where all the fixes are. Go up, Enter. Remote. We're the slave here. Enter. Then we come down. Same thing. Remote. Enter. Now we come back up. Now it is transferring them all over. There is now a total from the time we took off to the time we're landing, a total of 40. You're allowed 98. There they go. I'm like, why aren't you transferring? There you go. So give it about 20 seconds or so, and they'll be all over there. In the videos, they will tell you how long it takes. All right, so now we are programmed to go to LaGuardia, down to Hare, crossed up the RNAV approach. Okay, it's closer to a minute or two, but it's almost done. So about 40 minutes out from, okay, so we're going to go to, let me see, I think we are headed to Anati. Oh, please, please save me from myself. All right, we'll just leave it like that. Now, again, keep in mind, you have to control the altitude. So as we start heading south, we're going to be the ones 40 miles from our fix to put that in. All right, let's get over here, scan. That's what I thought. Okay. All right, and all right, there we go. That's actually pretty good how that works. So you can see where we are. We're basically in a cloud. No, we are in a cloud. But we are tracking towards Anati. Then it's O'Malley, Toxel, Cajon, and then Albany. Between Albany and Kingston's where the descent will occur at approximately 20. Okay. So it's 20 miles. Yeah, approximately 40 miles from Kingston, we're going to start our descent. Okay, so that'll be somewhere right around the Albany, maybe south of there. As we continue inbound. Oh, we're about an hour and 20 minutes out. I'm going to go ahead and say an hour and 30 because of that long come around to get into the airport. And I think this is a good time to remind people, hey, if you're new to Flying with Mike, we would love for you to smash that follow button as Double S Loco 10 did about 2 hours ago. Costs you nothing. And unless you've got notifications set to give you an email, costs you nothing. Otherwise, costs you an email letting you know when we go live next, which is scheduled Monday. However, you never know. However, if you're catching us on YouTube, now granted, we are not live. On YouTube, it's just basically the recording that I have today put up to YouTube so you can watch it whenever. There may be something in it of value that you want to catch again. If you're new to YouTube, we'd love for you to join our family. Hit that subscribe button, and if you like what you see, hit that thumbs up. We'd sure love the information. And if you're on YouTube and you want to catch us live, if able, I understand time zones. So If you're able, we are live on Twitch. Links are in the About section or the More section in YouTube. We are live 11 o'clock Central U.S. Daylight Time right now. That'll change in a couple of months. But that is 1600 Zulu. So if you know your conversion to that, join us if you're able. I get it. There are, we've got one guy that just was tickled pink that we came on in an evening stream, and he was able to see it in where he was from, Australia. So I get it. Everybody is not on my time zone. Ooh, I'd hate to live there if you were. Watching some of these shows, oh my goodness, the times. So, lastly, this is the one of the legs that I've produced, but basically we're kind of been following The Amazing Race, a TV show here in the U.S. That takes several teams of 2 around the world. And what they do, each week a team gets eliminated for the most part. Every now and then there's a non-elimination. But what we're going to do is we're going to follow that show, and it's about to start up later on in September. We're going to follow that show to each, once it gets going, the destinations. It kind of is nice for me to help find some flights to fly. But just so you know, we are on the last leg of last season's Amazing Race, which was Porto, Portugal to Miami. Now, in the show, the contestants actually went via Frankfurt. Now, how they went from Frankfurt to Miami on the airlines, I have no idea. We're taking it by Clipper, Pan Am, over to JFK, then down to Miami to wrap it up. Monday is the scheduled wrap up, God willing. So it's a really cool show. This past season started in Los Angeles, went to Hong Kong. That's where we started it. Then from there to Osaka, Japan. We actually went into Osaka International. They may have gone into Kansai. But then from Osaka to Bali, Indonesia, we went to Bali via Philippines. Manila, to be exact. From there, they traveled to Dubai. From there, they went on to Bulgaria, Sofia. We went to both places, over to Naples. The next leg went to actually Frankfurt, then they trained down. We just went direct and then over to Porto. And now you're catching us on the final leg of it. So again, I enjoy doing these. So like I said, it gives me destination ideas and no affiliation whatsoever. I have no idea where they're starting the next season. You all may know more than me. So, but I just enjoy flying them. So, all right, so that takes care of most of the announcements other than it's September, which reminds me I forgot. Stand by to turn that on. September is the month in which Twitch discounts subs and gift subs to the tune of 25% off for 1 month, 25 for 3 months, 30 for 6 months. Also, same thing for gift subbing. Plus, when you sub, ad-free viewing, and is a benefit because you help support Flying with Mike and things we need for the stream. So, much appreciated if you take the time to sub during the month of September. I know it's not September yet, but they've kicked it off, and it will end October 1st, 10 o'clock p.m. Pacific U.S. time. All right, enough. I need a break. All right, we're coming up to about an hour and 15 minutes out. What I would predict what we're going to actually do, I'm going to step away, stretch my legs, use the restroom, and get ready for the final push. Believe it or not, we're almost there. Be right back. Well, friendly player, hello back to you. I just had to stretch the chicken legs here before we begin our descent into JFK. The sale is on. Oh, I haven't checked emails, so I don't know. But that's awesome. Let me just head over to X-Plane store. Oh, I see the numbers. Numbers are cut. Ooh. Oh, I didn't know there was a London Heathrow Airport. Wow. Well, that makes sense that the sale would be on at this time, being that it is Labor Day, weekend. Why didn't I see that over here? Interesting. Interesting. As one streamer put, we are surfing the clouds. I think I'm gonna turn them on. Getting just a tad bit nervous what I'm seeing out there. Don't know if it'll help or not, but looks a little frosty on those engines. I get that. I get that. Yep. Just hoping somebody gives you the permission. Cool. All right. Hang on a second. Have a good night, sir. Enjoy. Nice talking with you. All right. Why are we not seeing you? Oh, I know why. Because we need to scan. You're fine, Winston. Don't worry about it. Fuel's looking good. All right, we are just about an hour and 10 minutes out by the time it's all said and done. And 5 minutes from Anati. All right, let's go back to the there we go. And if we weren't GPS updating, it would show us updating. All right, so we're pretty well set for the final updates to get us into the States. We're now pretty much, well, we've been right on course, but the drift would have shown us one side or the other of our flight route over the Atlantic had we not been on GPS updating. All right, so okay. Trying to get a feel for and let's see. Let's take a look. Map, nothing's showing up on radar. All right, we are getting some at the 100-mile range. Okay, even though we're right over it. Again, I don't know how accurate, but hey, you know. Boy, none of this seems to be working out. Amazing. That's what we're showing even on the map. Yeah, I don't know why it's not pulling that one in. That's weird. All right, we've got 2 now. That's good. And that's the struggle sometimes. All right, well, we'll continue on. Currently about an hour. So sit back, relax. Enjoy the few more minutes before we start our descent. Probably, I'm going to ballpark it at about 30 minutes from now. We'll start thinking about coming down. I was typing, not talking. I don't have type to talk, or talk to type, or whichever that happens. All right. Still too far for Albany. Okay, let's see here. Why is this just being such a problem child? 13.7. There we go. All right. Okay, we are now, call it 40, 45 minutes from touchdown. Again, those just coming in. Here's the game plan from now into landing. Still no ATC in the New York City area. Knock on wood, as soon as we turn in, of course, they'll come up and say, oh, you're not supposed to go that way. That happens all the time to me, but we'll still go that way. All right, let's get charts in here real quick, so you can kind of see where we're at. We're starting to scoot around some storms. I'm not even sure if they're showing up over there, if they've already passed through. But we'll see more as we get closer. Kingston 1 arrival is what we're doing. Kingston to Door, Lindy, 19,250. I know y'all are going, but the airport's only like 30 miles away. Well, you do some vectoring to get in there, and you get down. Believe it or not, it actually works. So those of you who are naysayers are about to watch how it works. Now, we're not going to, I did set it up to go to LaGuardia, and then we'll switch over to the ILS. By the way, with the LTN system, you can fly RNAV approaches, not RNIP, where you're being guided by a glide slope on it, but I'm not sure how that would work. Well, you're not vertically, you don't have vertical navigation, so I don't know how that works. However, ILS, you can always tune in, come in on. But you can see, here's LaGuardia. We're going to come down to Hare, fly out to Seagull, Tapper, Detke, Hopped, Leifer onto the localizer in the general vicinity of Rosley. And then into JFK, 110.9 for the localizer, 224 for the final approach course, Zalpo, 1,800 feet mandatory, or on glide slope. 212's our decision altitude today, 200 above ground, and missed approach takes us out to Chant and hold, and then we rejoin, or whatever New York approach tells us to do. All right, Rosley at 3,000, 1,800 and on in. We're expecting, well, we may or may not see the approach lights, but if we do, full ALCEF advanced lighting system, and our inbound speed we're about to figure out, but I'm thinking around 145, 150. So split the hair here to, we'll call it 210. All right, there's our approach. As always, expect us to terminal, what was terminal 2, that's where we'll head. A little confused. I've seen some other maps where part of this terminal was part of terminal 2. I'm a little confused, but we're going to just head where I know terminal 2 is. So plan to come off at Juliet. That's my hope. We'll taxi in, off at Alpha, into the gate. All right, let's get over here and look one more time. All right, performance, let's pull it up, and still nothing. Okay, METAR. Okay, our METAR shows 270 at 11. So now we're looking at 2,100 feet of runway. All right, everything else stays the same temperature, 24. So we will definitely continue medium on the brakes. And 140 will be the approach speed. Well, actually about 145. So, all right. And we're making the turn now to Albany. Not sure why we're not getting DME off some of these. Interesting, because that is definitely got a DME attached to it. Oh. Okay, now our descent point will be about 40 miles to Kingston. Let's see if we can tune Kingston in. 17.6. Again, no DME. Why? Okay, well, we'll play it by ear, do the best we can. That's all we can do. 20,000 at Lowly, 19,000 at Lindy, 250 at Lindy as well. That helps you get down, by the way. So, anyway, hope y'all are wrapping up a good week. Now, we have loaded the LTN with the arrival. That means Kingston to Lowly, Door to Lindy to LaGuardia, then down to Hare and around. That's what makes this system able to shoot our nav, not our NIP. So, okay, we're 100 miles roughly out of Albany. We should be getting a DME on it. I don't know why we're not. It's been the kind of the story of the flight. Okay. $194. Really has kind of been the story of the flight. Why we can't... Oh, there we go. 100 miles out, we finally got it. Okay, cool. As long as we've got DME. I should have gone a lot further, but oh well. Now, one thing I should have done is set the, hang on, I'll just show it to you. Okay, where you see the altitude select 34,000, the switch next to it I should have set to hold. That one I did not do. So, reason being, that way I could dial it whatever I want and wouldn't affect the flight. Bump it, whatever, and it won't affect the flight. Put it in altitude select, that's when it starts doing what it's got to do. I'm really shocked we haven't had auto ATC tell us to do anything. The most unpredictable system in VATSIM. All right, good thing is I know the 3 mile, what's it called? I forget. Anyway, the descent calculation in your head. For at least your mileage, then you can adjust for foot per minute, and I don't know how to do that. Okay, we are about 30 minutes from landing at JFK. Hey, you got a prediction, you want to put it in, go for it. All you got to do is predict, exclamation mark, predict, and a negative number. Okay, so we're going to be going down to 22,000. Albany and 79 miles. Cool. All right, 34,000.847. We'll take it and head it in. Five looking to get out of JFK. 3 just arrived or have arrived. Soon to be 4, maybe more. Oh, man. Long day, folks. Long day. Oh. Wait a minute. What are we doing here? Oh. I'm trying to... Why am I not lined up with that VOR? Okay, now I know why. Okay. We're about 50 miles out of Albany. And I think that's pretty close to how far it will be to Kingston. Okay, according to NavGraph, we should see some storms ahead of us. However, I'm not certain about that. Let's see. Yeah, even according to Sim Toolkit, whatever I did to... Oh, now all of a sudden Elevatech has it. Okay. They don't show any, so I'm assuming they're more up to date. I don't know why. But hey. Oh, Lord. I see why so many think 13,000 is wrong. I just looked at Elevatech, and the route they show for the Kingston 1 comes off LaGuardia straight over to the localizer. Yeah, at 19,000 feet, you're not going to make that. And so those that don't follow charts would say, And of course, there's no controller, so I'll fly whatever I want. That's fine. To each their own. Just realize there are going to be other aircraft flying the right pattern. And you could be the problem. All right, we're about to enter the Kingston 1 arrival. Let me go ahead now and find out our CTAF. $19.1. Okay. All right, we don't need to set it up until we start swinging around for the localizer, but yeah, that'll be what we talk on final. Okay, we're about to cross Albany. All right, time for the turn here in about anywhere from within the next 5 miles or so. And then we'll begin setting up for 20,000 at Lolly. Okay, Kingston 117. Gee, I would have never known. But there it is, the infamous auto ATC. Boston advises cross Lolly at 20,000. The chart says that too. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I know, it's good Lord getting back at me for making fun of it. Okay, now we're headed to Kingston. 59 miles out again. We said about 30 to 40 miles out, we'll start our descent to 20,000. Then it's 19,000 at Lindy. Now, the reason, by the way, this approach is set up, LaGuardia. Now, granted, we're overflying it, but the altitude you'd have to be at is pretty close to missed approach, climbing through, descending through altitudes to get to the runway. So that's why they route you south and over, descending you way above all of that, plus JFK. So that's why, you know, most people don't care the why, so. Okay, here we go. Now you see how the plane immediately is starting to descend. Had we been on alt hold, it wouldn't have done that. All right, now we're going to stick with airspeed indications. We're on speed, perfect. And let's start looking over our approach. Okay, still looking at 140, 3740 for landing, 145, 150 for approach. All right, seatbelts. Yeah, let's get them on now. Okay, and we're starting in. $30 miles out, perfect in our descent. I think we're going to do pretty good. And then door will drop to 1,000 and then begin setting up for 22 left. Okay, start moving that fuel into the tank 1 and 4. All right, so I hope you've enjoyed this pretty long flight. Frankfurt to JFK started at about 8 o'clock this morning with a departure out of JFK. And soon to be on the ground here in about 20 minutes or so. Lindy will call the flight attendants to their seats, and then we're on our approach. Our big thing is altitudes. Altitudes and speed. And of course, try not to hit anybody. All right. We're coming on to the approach. .2.5. .13.1 for LaGuardia. That'll be on a heading 135 pound. Okay, through 27, now checking everything up here, we're good. Okay. Now, as I've said before, you could fly this with just the VORs at this point, up until LaGuardia. Then you're going to have to be vectored for your arrival. So that is an option. Or you just plug in, or you do the LTN and load it up. Again, just remember you have altitude. Altitude and speed, I should say. You have both to control. Okay, 7 miles to Lolly. We are at 24. So we're going to overshoot a little. That's fine. We got all, what, 25, 37 miles, 38 to get down to 19. I think we can do that. And we'll need to slow up to 250. Okay, I'm going to go ahead, set 19. And that way, when we level off, she'll slow right down to 250, and then when we hit Lindy, we'll start down again. Hey, how about that? I would have never guessed. Just always making sure center or approach isn't on. All right. One last check.
1,000 level off.
2991. Okay. So I hope you all have great plans for the weekend. Here in the States and many places, it's Labor Day weekend. The unofficial start to fall. That doesn't come till around the 2021 time frame in September. But yeah, welcome. You made it through summer. Oh, I know some of you were broiling like us. So, all right, we're at 19,250 knots. Let's get past Lindy and then start in on our 13.1. So, yeah, we were pretty much on the broil too. So, just glad it's kind of settling itself down. So, but again, hope you all have great plans. And if you're feel free to let us know. We'd love to hear and live vicariously off your weekend. That's what I do with the Amazing Race. I mean, I watch them and go, gee, I wish I could go there. And that's pretty much when most people, the only time they'd ever get to some of those locations.
Traffic, Frontier Flight 2 Tango Mike, now turning into final runway 31.
I'd hate to ask where he is, because all right, from Lindy, we'll start a descent to 13,000. Well, we're going to descend. What's the ILS call for? Hare, 10,000. Okay, coming down to 10. Okay. Let's get up here.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
All right, let's get back into it. But I really do hope y'all have a great weekend as we're slowing. Now, the key here is you keep your speed up. You'll find most controllers will keep you pretty close to 250 most of this descent and around. I slowed up to 240 to keep our ground speed in check. But beyond that, we're about to make the turn to Hare. And normally the slowdown occurs between Haupet and Leffer. They'll slow you to 220 and then keep your speed up until you have to slow down for landing. All right.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Altimeters.
1013. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Wait.
KJFK, frontier flight 2 Tango Mike, runway 31 is indicated.
Off. EPR computer. This. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers.
JFK
Check.
right below us.
Approach checklist completed.
And as you can see, we're now at 12,000 feet. And we're going to 10, down to 8. We'll see how it works out. So you fly the approach per chart, you find out it works. What's up? Hang on a second. I'll hear you. Go right ahead.
Did you know that X-Men has a safe mode?
Yes. That came out with one of these where that, I don't know if you get that XP whatever it is error all the time.
1000 level off.
Anyway, when you click no thanks, that was, if you don't, it'll put you in safe mode.
I literally explain how I normally do, and it just said safe mode.
Well, if you got a crash on one of the plugins or something, it'll put you in safe mode.
Like I literally just reset my computer and restarted it, and it said safe mode.
Huh.
So
Now, I've
then,
never had
like,
it do that. Usually it's a Lua or plugin that
10,000.
causes a crash. It'll say it crashed. Do you want it safe mode or not? And I say, no, thank you, and continue on.
I mean, it says like graphics, aircraft,
Right.
scenery, plugins, art controls, and then it says safe mode before all that. So I thought I might have broke X-Men or something. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you got Austin all pissed off. He's not happy with you. especially if you broke his toy.
Yeah, like that I put that map enhancement Siri package in there.
Long time no here though, man.
Yeah, I've been here.
I know I've been whooped every night.
I didn't realize you started the stream at 8 o'clock this morning. Right?
Try 6 o'clock, well, 7 o'clock your time.
7 o'clock?
Yep.
Wow.
Oh yeah, this has been an interesting one. It's been fun. Don't get me wrong. It's just some things we're trying out on this that actually make it easier, but also make it more difficult at the same time.
Until you got on the treadmill or something, walked, a little bit during them hours.
Oh yeah, I've been. Hang on a second. Yeah, I've gotten up every so often to walk and get the blood moving. Uh-oh, what do we got off to our side here? Hang on. Hang on. JFK traffic Clipper 7-3 on the arrival for JFK 22 left. Topper is next.
And that's a lot of trailers and trucks.
But yeah, it's been an interesting run with this plane. Learning, still a lot to learn. Things just, you just gotta learn, and it does speed it up, but it just adds a little complexity to it. All right, where's my arrival?
How's that King airplane? Is that abandoned, or has it been updated, or what?
The King Air?
Yeah.
I haven't flown it in quite a while, so I need to get it lined up.
But there's some people that have been saying that it's trash now. I don't know.
I haven't flown it in a while, so I don't know. What are we going down to? 5,000. Okay. Yeah, I got someone sneaking up behind me trying to... Okay, oh no, they're still there, so hopefully they won't try to land on top of me.
Should I, reset X-Plane and see if it gets out of this mode?
That's all if I do get it in safe mode, yeah, I shut it down, start it back up.
Okay.
If not, then you've got a bug that needs to be, let X-Plane know, and they'll know how to do what you need to, but it should.
Oh, that was the fastest 6 I ever got out of the screen.
I'm going to actually come on down to 4,000. JFK traffic, Clipper 7-3 heavy over hopped, headed for the localizer 22 left. All right, we're going to set 3,000 and get ready to slow this pig down.
Have you ever landed at this airport before?
JFK? Oh, yeah.
I thought you were in Europe.
No, we're coming out of Europe. We came out of Frankfurt. Okay, 110.9.224. Okay, coming down to 3,000. Dang it, would you slow down, plane?
I've actually, quit flying all the 2K planes and just flew the 4K ones. I've gotten better frames for doing it, too. All the high definition planes.
Yep. JFK traffic, Clipper 73 heavy over Leffer, switching to CTAF for the ILS 22 left. .264.
Are you off on Monday?
Monday, yes. Tomorrow, no.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. It is what it is. Okay, I'm slowing up.
Is that the?
Oh,
is that the
dang it.
weather-
Did it to me again. Come down to 1.8.
Flaps 5. Localizer alive.
JFK traffic, Clipper 73 Rosley inbound on the localizer. Okay, we've recovered. To a point.
I hope that they fix this time and explain. I get tired of always adding this plus 60 minutes.
Heavy traffic, American 10-0. Heavy taking off, runway 315. We're on the score for departure, Kennedy.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know right now I'm...
1044 heavy airport bound
Flaps 20.
1500.
Alright, I've got airport in sight, runway. I'm controlling the throttle. Glide slope.
Okay, traffic 24 heavy inbound. Standing by the Kingston 1 arrival. We are 6 nautical miles away from landing. We're inbound. ILS 22 left, Kennedy.
Gear down. Flaps 25.
Kennedy traffic, $82 on the localizer, runway 22 left.
Come on, gear, get out.
Gears down. Green light. Flaps 30.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Spoilers.
Armed.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1013. Set and cross-checks. Landing
Kennedy
checklist
traffic,
completed.
Clipper 73, 3 mile final, 22 left.
$1,000.
Okay, we'll be landing. Don't know what American's grumbling about behind me. He knows I was there.
Kennedy traffic, $82 on short final, 5 miles to land, 22 left.
500.
Kennedy traffic, American 10-0 heavy pass.
Approaching minimums.
For 15,000
Minimums.
direct Sesto, Kennedy.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Check reverse. Auto brake off. Out, off, reverse.
Kennedy traffic, Clipper 7-3 heavy off 22
60 knots.
left at Joliet.
Welcome to our destination airport. For your safety and comfort, please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign and we have parked at our gate.
Man, it seems like every time I start up explaining all these airports are different now.
You know, you got that scenery.
No, well, it's not that. It's that update that they added before that weather one. And I feel like it allows the devs to do a lot more free play with the airports. Whether it be adding buses or vans or...
Well, that's what it was. It just gave them more to play with. All right. Clear that. Okay. Radar standby.
About ready to do a flight to Mexico.
Go for it, man. Go for it. Who's down at the other end of this runway?
Kennedy traffic, dollar 82 picated, runway 2 to left.
JFK traffic, Clipper 73 crossing 22 right on Juliet to Terminal 2. Okay, we got the flaps up, almost.
I mean, I love to hear that AT start up.
Hate this when it does that.
Kennedy traffic, Singapore 2 heavy, second call inbound, ILS 22 left. We are just crossing over Tapper, Kennedy.
Uh-oh. They got rid of my terminal. Ah! I'm gonna have to park somewhere else. Dang it. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure if they were on, they'd have said, by the way, your terminal's gone. So, looks like we're going to go up to Bravo now and into that terminal. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, that shows they are keeping up with it. Although it took them a while. Took them a long time to keep up. Boy, someone's like right on my tail. I know how to get rid of them. See ya. MMGL, Guadalajara. I think that's what the letters are for. Something like that, but it should say Guadalajara for city. Yep, I got rid of that dollar or whatever they're called. Okay, I haven't been to that one, so. But you're about to if you fly it out. Or you could fly to Frankfurt from JFK. It's only 8.5 hours.
I think this is only 4.
Parking brake set.
Okay, APU's on, so let's get the generators on. Leads on. All right, let me hit the next checklist. Brake, body gear, steering. Whoops, forgot that. Oh, never turned it off, so I didn't forget it.
Cabin ready.
Okay. Where are we on pressurization? Manual. I think we're good. Spoilers. Oh, 7. We'll get that. We'll get it running.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Damn. Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Kennedy traffic 6424 heavy, fully established ILS 22 left, Kennedy.
All right, let's get the chocks
Cockpit
in.
to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Oh, Concorde's in the area.
sure I put in the right amount of fuel this time.
That never sounds good on an open channel.
Right?
Okay, traffic Singapore 24 heavy landing.
Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
Final Kennedy.
All right, off.
Ground power connected.
Okay, I think we are done.
Kennedy traffic, Speedbird Concord 1, 10 mile final, runway 22 left, Kennedy.
Did the 777 ever release a freighter yet?
I don't know. All right, let's take a look at the numbers for this flight. As soon as I get some stuff lined up here for the next flight. Not tonight. Not tonight. This guy's a little on the tired side. All right. Kind of trying to see if we can watch the Concorde come in. I don't even see Singapore. I think that'll be a good angle. All right, real quick, the airline, 281. Wow, that's not bad. Okay, let me just check the site real quick. Oh boy, okay, I'm gonna leave that one to the boss. There's Singapore. Okay, let's, Pirates, where are you? There you are. And here we go. 281, got all the points I could for that one. Long haul, 100 point. Yeah, we did pretty good, 130 points. Cool. All right, nice. All right, let's bring Elevatech in here and look there first. Here comes Speedbird speeding in. All right. Now we.
Traffic Singapore 2 for heavy, vacated 22 left.
Oh, he really scooted. All right. There's Singapore. I don't see the other, but anyway. As we talked about last flight, there's where we touched down. We'll get into that here in a minute a little more. Let's complete the flight. Let's review it. Yeah, that was useless. All right, now we can get in here. All right, so we can see we were a little left of center line, landed at 279 feet per minute by Elevatech, 145 and 1G. That's a really good landing, and if you look, you're about 1,600 feet down the runway. Like I said, probably about 10 feet off the center line. Get the nose up on this thing, guess what? You don't see the runway anymore.
Kennedy traffic, Speedbird Concord 1, clear, runway 22 left, Kennedy.
All right, so that was a good flight. Nicely done in there. Let's take a look at the official numbers from Sim Toolkit. This is what I go by because it gives a whole lot of data. as we begin to wrap this up. Click on it. 249 is what Sim Toolkit gave us. Cool. And we'll view the details. 145 knots. So we were a little fast, unfortunately, and I know why. That bumped me up a little to get me on the runway instead of in the EMAS. All right, so 8.5 hour flight, 3,300 miles, 97,000 kilograms, and 1G. Not bad so far. Let's look at the report. Hopefully it won't say we were supposed to land on 22 right. It does not. Good. Okay, so we were actually almost 30 feet off the center. In a heavy, that is a little getting close to those lights with it. Not in a flight sim, but we were, like I said, almost 1,700 feet down the runway. Beautiful job. Looking at our numbers, we may have had the nose down, so that's not good. But otherwise, it was a good landing, good approach. And wow, our old area gone. That's awesome. Yeah, that's where Pan Am used to park, the old World Terminal, which is no more. However, Terminal 5 is still there. Compliments of JetBlue, but JetBlue had to keep the old Terminal 5. Hang on, I'll show it again. Yeah, just sad. Sad, sad, sad. All right. Well, folks, that was a fantastic flight. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. We're going to go ahead, call this a great flight. Lovely day at work. And hope you all have a fantastic Labor Day. And be safe. And God bless you all. We'll see you Monday for sure.
Attention all aircraft. John F. Kennedy International Information Uniform Current. Altimeter 2991.